versus Travelmax International and others. We're on this court's miscellaneous tape number 082. The case is before the court today for a hearing on the Commonwealth's motion for a temporary injunction. Mr. Turner, you're here for the Attorney General's office for the Commonwealth. Is that correct? All right. And let me have other counsel identify themselves and who they're here representing. Mr. Pence.
Your Honor, Steve Pence here for Travelmax.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Babner, Portland, Oregon, here for Travelmax.
Your Honor, Todd Leatherman for the Commonwealth.
Excuse me. Reverend Dolovich for Leon Duke.
Morning, Judge Kent Westbury appearing for Dan Callahan for James Scott.
John Harrelson for Pat Murphy, Your Honor.
Connor Joe Whittle, assisting Steve Pence for Travelmax.
Your Honor, Michael Valenti for Kenneth Don McCoy.
Yes, Judge Don Major for Arthur Kessler.
Your Honor, I'm Scott Cox on behalf of Diane Crutchman.
All right. Is that everyone?
Your Honor, Ernest Martz, Torrance, California. I'll be assisting Travelmax.
All right. Might have been easier to say who's not here, wouldn't it? All right. Just by way of procedure, I assume that that everyone from the defense won't need to question each witness. Can we designate someone, or I want everyone to have their say and ask any questions that they want to ask, but perhaps someone could serve as lead counsel, maybe Mr. Pence. Is that?
Your Honor, I believe the counsel has agreed that we will act as lead counsel in this case, although I think on some matters the other defense counsel may want to ask a few questions or follow-up questions.
That's fine. I don't want to keep anybody from doing that, but I'd also like to finish this today.
Judge, I have a couple of housekeeping matters. I do have a motion to allow Mr. Babner, who's admitted to the bar of California and Oregon, to practice pro hoc vice, if I could approach the bench with that.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. That motion will be granted.
The other matter I would like to bring to the court's attention is, Judge, we have flown in several witnesses from out of state for this hearing today, and we would like the court to tell us the time period we're going to be looking at. We obviously, however much time is given to the Commonwealth, we would like to have an equal amount of time today in order to get these witnesses on and out of here this afternoon or this evening, whatever fits the court schedule.
All right. Mr. Turner, how long do you anticipate your proof will take?
Your Honor, it's difficult to anticipate entirely because a lot depends on the extent to which time is consumed with cross-examination. The other thing that I do want to bring to the court's attention is that we do have, and believe that it's relevant, evidence, several videotapes that are instructive in terms of our positions, as has been indicated, has been laid out in our complaint here. At least one of those tapes involves an actual Travelmax meeting, which is at least about 1.5 hours. And however, the Commonwealth would be willing, if the court would like to proceed this way, and introducing that tape by way of evidence, and if the court would like to view that at some other time, we can bring in the evidence as to what's contained on those tapes through the direct testimony without using that 1.5 hour time that might save some time.
What I'd like to do is, if we have out-of-state witnesses, is to accommodate their schedules, and if we need to, perhaps we could take some proof out of order so that folks can catch flights or whatever they need to do. How many out-of-state witnesses do you have?
I have 5, Your Honor.
And how long are they?
I would say for all 5, I would say we'll need 3 hours at least.
Then why don't we proceed till we recess for lunch and see how far we're progressing, and then if no one has an objection, we may need to take some witnesses out of order. Everyone will get to put their full proof on. It's just that trying to accommodate schedules. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Turner?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, for the record, Mr. Turner made a reference to videotapes and the fact that he wished to introduce those into evidence. I do object, for the record. I've made a written discovery request on Mr. Turner. In the discovery request, he said that videotapes will be provided. He referred me to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and said that they were in their possession. I have written a letter and furnished blank tapes to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. I still have not received the tapes, and I just don't believe that I have had an adequate time to prepare.
How long
Your
are
Honor.
the tapes?
The tapes are approximately 1.5 hours along that one particular tape. Now, Your Honor, in my response to Mr. Valente's discovery request for production of documents, we did indicate to him that the original tapes were in the possession of the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. However, we did indicate that if he would like to view those tapes at our office, he could contact me and we would try to make arrangements to have a copy of that tape available for him to view at our office. No such request was made.
Your Honor, please, we're being whipsawed here just a little bit. The court may or may not be aware that some of the individual defendants are facing criminal sanctions in Division 15 on this indication. It was averred in that court by Mr. Gutman, who represents the Commonwealth in that prosecution, some 2 weeks ago, that if we provide blank tapes, we'll have them back within 24 hours. I provided blank tapes on behalf of my client on Tuesday of last week, have not seen them back. I've called, sent faxes.
That was in the case in Division 15?
15, those are the same tapes that are applicable. We've been told to go, the Commonwealth's got them. Now, a Commonwealth representative in the form of the Attorney General is saying, go to the Commonwealth Attorney. We are getting played just a little bit here.
No, Mr. Turner just said come to my office at the Attorney General's.
If I may respond to that, I've made several requests for those tapes verbally and in my discovery request, even after their responses were filed, and they have not been provided. I've been referred to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, and I haven't received them.
Your Honor, in fact, I think there is some veracity to the statements that are being made. There has been some difficulty in obtaining copies of those tapes. In fact, we obtained the tape that we plan to introduce today. We just received that on yesterday. My understanding is that the individual who was supposed to make the case may have been discharged.
All right. Well, my interest is obviously to let you see these tapes before I see them. If you believe there's a reason why I shouldn't see them, it may be that I'll have to view those at another time. We may run out of time today. I don't know, but I'll give you an opportunity to review them and to respond before I actually view them. Okay. Would you like to make an opening statement, Mr. Turner?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, this action is predicated under Kentucky's Consumer Protection Act, KRS 367-170, and more specifically under the provisions of Kentucky's statute, which prohibits the operation, promotion, or facilitation of a pyramid scheme. We've also asserted violations of Kentucky's Business Opportunity Statute, Kentucky's Charitable Registration Statute, and several statutes that relate to registration with the Secretary of State here in Kentucky as a result of the activities being conducted and uncovered pursuant to an investigation by our office. Essentially, Your Honor, the Kentucky's pyramid statute prohibits a situation where an individual pays to become affiliated with an organization. That individual then receives some benefit as a result of the act of sponsoring other people. It is our contention that the primary focus of this program is to recruit people into the program by selling a variety of what are called business centers or programs. Those programs include a tutorial which supposedly instructs individuals how to become a independent travel agent, a VIP package which supposedly provides individuals with discount travel and accommodation packages at a variety of sites, and a charities program which is referred to as a CCC or Consulting Charities Program. Individuals are induced to come into the program, pay an amount in excess of $500, which we believe violates Kentucky's Business Opportunity Statute, because the individuals who become interested in this program become interested as a result of representations that are made with regard to the earnings potential that is available to them. That earning potential is primarily focused on the purchase of these, of what's called a tri-pack. All three of these business centers for an amount ranging anywhere from $1,500 to an excess of $1,700. The focus is not on the sale of discount travel packages. We believe we will be able to show that retail sales are not the focus here. Now, we admit that there are some discussion that relates to commissions to be received from the ultimate retail sales of travel packages. However, the evidence that we plan to introduce will show that commissions paid to individuals who bought into this program here in Kentucky, those commissions are primarily and almost exclusively based on the buy-in on those tri-packs or 3 business programs. Those 3 business programs are then set out in a way that individuals are then encouraged to bring in or sponsor 2 additional people in order to activate each of their business centers. As those individuals activate, more and more individuals coming in, because each person progressively down the stream, as they go from one level to the next, is encouraged to bring in 2 additional people. Earnings claims are made at by these individuals that individuals who purchase the tri-pack, which would be the 3 business centers, can earn commissions of up to $6,750 per week. Whereas if they only purchase one of these business centers, which they are, we believe the evidence will show, which they are required to purchase in order to qualify for commissions, they would only qualify for a maximum of roughly $2,150. So people are specifically encouraged to buy in to make more money. Now, with regard to the travel program, people are basically told that they will be trained as to how to become independent travel agents and that they can earn 40% of the commissions that are paid to Travelmax by individuals who buy travel programs using their card provided by Travelmax, which has on it a personal identification number as well as an 800 number. I think one of the relevant facts here, Your Honor, is that it's interesting that there's no accounting kept by those representatives of the amount of travel. Anyone who calls in, that person will arguably provide that PIN number to Travelmax, and Travelmax will somehow credit that 40% commission to that particular representative. But that representative does not keep an accounting of how many travel packages they've sold. Now, on the other hand, there are many records retained by representatives as to the people that they have sponsored in their downline, so that they can determine how much commissions they're entitled to receive based on that act of getting those individuals to purchase this tri-pack. So we believe the evidence will clearly show that this case fits squarely within the dare to be great decision as decided by the Kentucky Appeals Court. Some of the same factors fit quite squarely. And if I could just take a moment, Your Honor, to highlight some of those factors, I think Mr. Pence in his memorandum in opposition to our motion for injunctive relief set out a number of factors that the court should look at under dare to be great. And obviously we disagree with his analysis there, but in dare to be great, that involved a situation where the Glenn Turner Enterprises and dare to be great offered inspirational videos at a cost of $1,000. The primary focus was getting individuals to purchase at $1,000. We will here show that the primary purpose, again, is to get people to invest in business centers. Again, the court found that in that particular case that the scheme was fraudulent and misleading with the principal design of billing prospective customers of $1,000 in a chain letter type program. We believe the same is the case here. The focus is getting people in. At these meetings that are held, there is constant discussion. People, people, people. In fact, one of the exhibits, which is a Travelmax tape, they indicate that the focus is telling, not selling. We believe the evidence will show violations as indicated in our complaint, and that this court should maintain in place the injunctive relief, which is currently in place, that was previously ordered on October 7th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Pence.
Your Honor, Mr. Babner will be giving our opening statement, but as a procedural matter, I'd like to present something to the court.
Sure.
Your Honor, we're here today only to address the restraining order which was put into effect by Judge Higgins. Your Honor, the restraining order has prohibited a company, Travelmax, which does $5 million a month in travel bookings, is among the 10 largest travel agencies in the United States and operates throughout the United States, has prohibited them from continuing business in Kentucky. The standard for this court to review the motion by the Commonwealth to continue this restraining order is whether or not there is a reasonable appearance that any person will suffer immediate harm, loss, or injury. That's required by statute. I want to inform the court that Travelmax has currently a policy which states that they will refund 100% of any monies paid to a person who has made any payment to Travelmax within the first 30 days. That's a full refund policy. They also have a policy that says for up to a year, they will refund 90%. I'm informing the court that the company, and we have informed the Commonwealth of this, that in order to prevent any possible harm from any citizen of Kentucky, the company will agree to refund 100% of any monies paid by any person who decides to be involved with Travelmax up to and through the trial of this case. That guarantee by the company would ensure the court that there will be no loss or injury suffered by anyone in the Commonwealth. We are willing to agree to give 100% refund. That changes our policy only slightly, really, from what it is right now, from a 90% for up to a year to a 100% until the time that this case is adjudicated on the merits. And if we were to lose, then we would agree to make a refund even after the trial. Judge, the harm that's being done right now is not to the citizens. The harm is to the company. And there is harm being done to the company now by not being able to continue its operations in Kentucky. I make that offer to the court now, and I ask that the court consider
The operations you're talking about, are these, actual packages, travel packages and things you're talking about? Are they?
Your Honor, Mr. Babner will address what the company is about in his opening. But yes, this includes travel bookings. And rather than advertise, as many companies do, and you will see in our presentation, that individuals go out and buy these individual packages, our company has a multi-level marketing plan, same as Amway, Shackley, and others. That's the only difference, is our product is different from theirs. I'm asking the court, and I know the court will want to hear the evidence in this case, but I want the court to know that from a procedural standpoint, we do not believe, with the company being willing to step forward and say we will make an absolute refund to everybody until this matter is adjudicated if they want out, that there can be no harm to the individuals and the Commonwealth cannot meet its burden.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, first of all, in regards to Kentucky Revised Statute 367-190, it specifically provides that in order to obtain temporary or permanent injunction, it shall not be necessary to allege or prove that an adequate remedy at law does not exist. Further, it shall not be necessary to allege or prove that irreparable harm, loss, or damage will result if injunctive relief is denied.
Yeah, I agree. It's not necessary that by statute, but the question is why proceed this way if no one's going to get hurt?
Now, it is our contention that several statutes have been violated here, one of which is the pyramid statute. It is, first of all, a felony if our contention is correct to commit, to participate.
Which I would think has probably put a chilling effect on the business already. I wouldn't think that too many of these people are out wanting to add counts to the indictments that currently exist.
Well, Your Honor, I think the matter is we don't control the Commonwealth attorneys in any of the 120 counties in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Now, if Travelmax is authorized to go forward and the program can operate the same manner that it's operated, as we will demonstrate hopefully today, what precludes any particular Commonwealth attorney from imposing or seeking indictments against those individuals? It seems to me that there's nothing. So there is potential harm there. Moreover, pyramids are inherently deceptive because the earnings claims that are made to individuals tend to be unrealistic because of the potential for saturation of the marketplace. We will present evidence that indicates that where individuals are told specifically that Travelmax has 14,000 independent representatives, and that they hope within the next 5 years to bring that up to 2 million representatives. Well, just looking at a pyramid diagram that really shows when you have one business center where you recruit 2 or 3 business centers where everyone recruits 2 additional people, ultimately, by the time you get up to 28 levels, you have essentially saturated the marketplace in the entire United States of America. Now, at 2 million people participating, you're at level 21. We believe there's harm in those representations being made to people and in encouraging people to sponsor other people into the program, as opposed to getting people into the program for purposes of selling a retail product. We do not believe, as Travelmax may contend, that people buy these 3 business centers for purposes of going out in the marketplace and retail selling them. People pay money, that money goes directly to Travelmax for those centers, and those individuals go out and recruit additional individuals. The focus is on recruiting people into the program. We hope the court is not confused by that fact. In addition, Your Honor, I'd like to point out that we have entered into an agreed order with the defendant Travelmax that authorizes them to continue selling Travelmaxes, to continue the delivery of any travel packages that may have been sold, and to continue paying commissions to those people who have sold those travel packages. We only want the conduct that we feel violates Kentucky statutes to be discontinued.
The travel packages, what you mean are the what's sold to the consumers?
What's sold to the consumers, where the consumer would buy a airline ticket, cruise ticket, hotel accommodations, that type of thing, not the tutorial.
You don't want them signing up anybody else at this
Correct.
point. All right.
Your Honor, we're not going to belabor this. I simply wanted to make that known to the court that that offer has been made, that there is a standard. It's not irreversible harm, and we didn't allege that. That the Commonwealth does have some burden here, and that is to show that there it reasonably appears that somebody, a person in the Commonwealth, will suffer immediate harm. That's their burden. We simply wanted the court to be aware, as we make our presentation, that that offer is there and remains open.
Bradner, make an opening.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'll try to be brief. First, if I could explain why an Oregon attorney is in your court. Our law firm has for many years focused strictly on representing the direct selling companies in the direct selling industry. And that is how we happen to be involved in this particular case. Your Honor, prior to, there's only one reported case in the state of Kentucky really involving pyramid. It actually came about before you had a pyramid statute, but it's the granddaddy and it's the reason that you have a pyramid statute, and the pyramid statutes were enacted in every state, and that was the scenario of Glenn Turner and Dare to Be Great. And that was a 1974 case. And I think that the evils or the concerns in that case are perhaps operative today in terms of examination of the statute, examination of Travelmax or any other direct selling company. And I think I would be in complete agreement with Mr. Turner as to the import of that case, which is basically this, and I think this is what the court should look at throughout the proceeding. In the Dare to Be Great case, the basic conclusion was drawn that the product which was sold was incidental to the opportunity. Really, it was a facade. It was masquerading as a real business. That really was it. And the facts, I think, that we'll put on today, Your Honor, through our testimony, including expert testimony, as well as company exhibits, will indicate that this is a product-driven company, that the product is not incidental to the opportunity, keeping in mind that opportunity goes in partnership with product in the direct selling industry. We have an industry in the United States, Your Honor, and to some extent, Mr. Turner's allegations regarding Travelmax and the fact that people are permitted to join a company, are permitted to purchase product or to take orders from others, are permitted to recruit a sales organization, to receive overrides over a sales organization, and that the condition of their rising through that organization is conditioned upon their productivity, that is, their sales volume. That is how the direct selling industry works. And basically in indicting the Travelmax program, really, Mr. Turner is indicting the very concept of the direct selling industry. We have experts here on that subject. But in a nutshell, Your Honor, the direct selling industry has had companies operating in Kentucky, I'm sure, for long before Glenn Turner. Companies as old as Avon, Tupperware, Mary Kay, Shackley operate exactly the same way. We'll introduce their compensation plans to you to show that people advance in those programs in the same way. They buy an at-cost sales kit, as in Travelmax, for $25. All other purchases are optional. As a matter of fact, in the Travelmax program, in no less than 6 places in the distributor agreement and the policies and procedures given to every distributor, in no less than 6 places are individuals told that no product purchase is necessary, that all product purchases are optional, that the only cost to become a Travelmax distributor is the purchase of an at-cost sales kit, which is, number one, specifically exempted by the Kentucky Pyramid Statute. Number two, falls below the $500 threshold of the Kentucky Business Opportunity Statute. And in 1994, at the behest of the direct selling industry, Kentucky, which is one of 24 states that has a business opportunity statute, amended its statute to specifically add a dual exemption in its business opportunity statutes for the required purchase of at-cost sales kits up to $500. That legislation was specifically enacted at the request of the direct selling industry for companies just like Travelmax. In that regard, the company would contend that the business opportunity statutes are not applicable, and many of the allegations that relate to earnings disclosures and other things are not applicable, although we would defy the Commonwealth of Kentucky to find anywhere in the company's materials the sorts of earnings misrepresentations or projections that it is contending. Travelmax would be the first to state that when you have, as with any company, whether it be Mary Kay, Emily, or Shackley, that has tens of thousands of distributors, that presentations in enthusiasm can get a bit out of hand. Of course, that's why companies have compliance departments, and there'll be testimony that Travelmax has a compliance department. Take serious action against these misrepresentations or over-exaggerations or unauthorized representations where those things are made. But we believe the evidence will also show, Your Honor, that rather than contact the company, find out about the company's program, find out about the extent of its sales, the Commonwealth of Kentucky did not bother to contact Travelmax at all. It merely went ahead, after viewing presentations by distributors, it went ahead without notice to the company, obtained a TRO without consulting with the company, without requesting the company to be on record whether or not these representations were unauthorized, because they certainly may have been inconsistent with some of the company materials. They were not given by company employees. The state went ahead and obtained a TRO, and also with the presence of the press and the media, had a number of its distributors arrested on a Friday, incarcerated, middle-class citizens incarcerated over a weekend, to their great humiliation and to great press and fanfare. If you look at the Dare to Be Great case, Your Honor, which again we would agree the operative analysis is the product incidental to the opportunity, you'll notice in the Dare to Be Great case that what we had there was a company that was selling motivational tapes. Now, you would have to say, I mean, there is a market for motivational tapes. Dale Carnegie and Zig Ziglar and Tony Robbins, they do a lot in this area. There is a big market. But the problem in that situation was individuals, it led nowhere. Individuals were basically encouraged to come to hyped up meetings and be motivated to go out and bring other people in to do the same thing. Who came in and were motivated to go out and bring other people in to do the same thing. They were trained to recruit and to go back out and recruit. It led to nowhere but the purchase of more motivational cassettes. In 1995, a group of individuals from the financial investment community, including Wall Street, decided to create one of the preeminent travel services firms in the United States, and to do it through a direct selling format. And they created Travelmax. And where has that led since 1995? In approximately a year and a half, that company has risen to travel booking sales of $5 million a month. We're not talking about sales of travel tutorials or motivational cassettes. We're talking about bookings of group tours, travel bookings that a travel agency would do, which was basically their goal, to use this mechanism to lead to a major travel agency. The evidence will indicate that over that year and a half, out of 38,000 travel agencies in the United States, Travelmax now ranks in the top 10% in sales. It is inconceivable to me to understand how it could be said that a company which set out to be a preeminent travel agency company in the United States and travel products related company and create a nationwide system of outside travel agents and has found itself in the top 10% of travel agencies in the country, how it could be said that, notwithstanding the fact that an opportunity is involved in this business, that the product is merely incidental to the opportunity. And that would be basically the thrust of what we would have to say. We'd also note, Your Honor, that this company is under no cease and desist order in any other state. It is not under indictment in any other state. It has not been sued in any other state. As a matter of fact, I think it has very few complaints, if any, in the state of Kentucky. I think with that, Your Honor, we'll conclude and we'll put on our evidence.
Before we start the evidence, let me ask you a question. I read the memo and I got it late yesterday and read it and tried to read it thoroughly. The basic requirement is a $25, I don't know what you call it, package of some kind that you.
That would be this, Your Honor, their sales kit.
Then there are other things you can purchase to be very important, some representative or something. Is that how that works?
The company does three things, Your Honor. The company, at this point, number one, has a product which will put on evidence that people pay thousands of dollars to go to travel schools to become outside travel agents. This is the company's travel tutorial, which includes manuals and videos on the travel industry. That it sells for $470. Second product it sells is a package called the Getaways package. I think Your Honor will see as we proceed. This is a package that is chock full of discounts on recreation, cruises, Disneylands, golf. It is a very substantive package. It is a product. That is a product that is sold. That sells for $475. And then thirdly, Your Honor, through the assistance of the creation of a nationwide system of outside travel agents, the company currently sells and books approximately $5 million per month throughout the United States in actual travel sales.
I mean, through the assistants, you calling other agents or something, or
No. I mean, their own system.
they do that?
Yes, that's correct.
The money from these items, does that go directly to the company, or are the people that recruit sell this item to the next person down? Do they get a portion of those funds?
These are products of the company, Your Honor. And in a direct selling company, if I sponsor you in Shackley, or Mary Kay, if you buy product at wholesale for resale, or if you take an order from somebody else, I will receive an override commission on the movement of that product. That is how the industry works. And in every one of those companies, there is only one way that an individual can progress through the company. Of course, they have the right just to sell the product, but in order to get overrides, they must meet personal volume requirements, personal volume and group volume requirements. And basically, that's how it works in this company as well.
When you say volumes, you mean volumes of actual travel packages that are sold?
That's correct. When I'm talking about sales volume of products such as this, or travel bookings. In a direct selling industry, Your Honor, basically people are offered two opportunities. One is to sell the product and to make a profit, and the other is to build a sales organization. Individuals who build a sales organization are asked to fulfill two things if they are to get override or downline commissions. And that is, they must achieve their own personal volume. And I think when Mr. Turner says, when he speaks about a business center, he is, what really he is referencing, everybody who comes into Travelmax is given a business center. That is their distributorship. In order, Meg, go to the board.
Sure.
1 second.
Do we have Shirley? Is there a pin there? All right.
Your Honor, if you were to join a company such as Amway or Shackley or Mary Kay, you would sign up. This is your position. You're a distributor. You can sell and make money, or you can also find another individual to be a distributor who's in your sales organization. Find another to be in your sales organization, etc. There's no limit on what's called the width of the first level. Now, the sales organization continues down. And of course, it looks like a pyramid because it is a pyramid. All direct selling companies are pyramid in shape. That's all corporate organizations are pyramid in shape. And I know some of the affidavits indicated they had concern because it said this looked like a pyramid. Well, it does, but pyramid in the law is different than pyramid in shape. I mean, ask Transamerica. If you are an Amway and you build this organization, you receive compensation, override commissions on the volume of this organization. Usually, it's percentages going down, and you advance to the point that you get larger discounts on the purchase of the product, and you get higher commissions on the downline organization. You are required in all organizations, and we'll show you the plans of them. You're required to maintain some basic monthly personal volume that is moving a wholesale product, and your group below you achieves a certain group volume, and you receive override commissions on group volume, and that's how you get paid in the direct selling industry. In the Travelmax program, it's slightly different. In the Travelmax, in Amway, you can sponsor at your first level as many wide as you want. In Travelmax, they compartmentalize it basically into legs of two. Each one of these legs is called a business center. When you sponsor, you can only have two people below you in a business center. You are expected to achieve a certain PV. In Travelmax, that's, I think, $800 PV. And then your group does certain group volume. And at various volumes, you receive certain cash commissions. And then if you have another business center, it would operate the same way. Certain PV and certain group volume. In Amway, you receive generally percentages at every level. In the Travelmax program, you receive based upon the productivity at each level you receive, rather than a percentage, just a cash amount. If this group, let's say, for the sake of example, if your 2 legs do $1,000, maybe you get $50. If they do $2,000, then you get $200. I just say that for sake of example. In that regard, Your Honor, the program in the direct selling industry would be referred to as volume driven rather than level driven, because you're paid basically on the actual volume at these levels, not a percentage of each. But other than that, the program is basically the same. The industry itself, Your Honor, testimony will be, this industry is does about 20 billion a year in sales, 18 billion a year in sales, has 7 million people in the United States doing this. 1 in every 10 households in the United States has somebody doing something like this. Generally, it is part-time auxiliary income for individuals. They generally don't quit their day jobs, and that would be true with Travelmax as well.
All right, who's your first witness? Is there a motion for separation of witnesses, by the way? Pardon? There was? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please have a seat there in the witness chair.
Good morning, Mr. Hansman.
Mr. Turner?
Mr. Hansman, could you first of all please state your name, spelling your last name for the record, please, and also provide what your employment title is?
My name is John Ansman, A-N-S-M-A-N. I'm an investigator with the Office of Attorney General, Commonwealth of Kentucky.
How long have you been in that position, Mr. Hansman?
8 years.
Okay. Prior to your employment in that position, had you worked in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
For how many years?
26 years, sir.
Okay. Did that involve investigating criminal actions?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any experience investigating pyramid schemes?
Some, sir.
Would you please summarize that experience for us?
Spent 26 years Lowell Division of Police. The last 7 years I worked in Vice Intelligence, and we investigated different types of vice organizations, fraud, pyramids, prostitution, gambling, things of that sort.
Now, in your capacity as a law investigator, did you have reason to conduct an investigation of activities involving the defendants named in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did that occur?
August the 21st, 1996.
Okay. And could you explain basically what that activity was?
I went to the Marriott, Marriott Inn and Embassy Square out in Hirschborn to sit in on a presentation at Travelmax.
May I approach the witness chair? Mr. Hansman, I have what is identified here as plaintiff's exhibit 1. Could you review that, please? Mr. Ansman, is that your signature on the last page of that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this affidavit was prepared after you attended one of the meetings on August 21, 1996?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ansman, looking at the second page of that document, in paragraph 7, could you read that, please, for the record?
So the people attending the sales presentation were encouraged to purchase a tri-pack and to sponsor at least 2 people at a cost of roughly $1,500. Investors would also be required to pay a $25 buy-in/registration fee plus tax. Consequently, a tri-pack would consist of 3 business centers at a cost of $495 each and a $31 buy-in/registration fee according to the presenter.
Now, Mr. Ansman, was it your understanding when you attended that meeting that there was some benefit to buying into the Travelmax program at the rate of $25?
No, sir, there was no indication of that.
Okay. Do you recall there being any discussion regarding the minimal amount necessary to qualify to earn commissions?
You had to buy a tri-pack or had to buy a tutorial to get involved in Travelmax.
Okay, now going to the next paragraph, paragraph 8 there, could you just read the, if you would, the second sentence and the third sentence there, please?
I was told that you must sponsor 1 person on each leg of the tri-pack. When this is accomplished, the sponsors qualify for a payment of $250 plus a bonus, which includes a free vacation.
Did you understand that to mean that once you sponsor those people, you would then qualify for commissions in the amount of $250 as well as the benefit of a free vacation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it your understanding that that was a direct benefit from sponsoring those people?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Ansman, at the meeting you attended on August 21, were any representations made regarding how much money people could earn by buying into this program?
Yes, sir, there was.
Could you state for the record what some of those statements were?
$1,450, $5,100, $6,750 a week.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ansman, did you attend any other meetings of Travelmax?
Yes, sir, I did.
What dates were those on?
August the 28th, 1996.
Okay. Did you attend a third meeting?
I was present at the third meeting, but not in the room when the presentation was going on, sir.
And what was that date, if you recall?
I believe it was the 24th day of September, sir, 1996.
Now, at the time that you attended any of these 3 separate meetings, including the one on September 24, did you have any type of recording device?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you explain what type of recording device you had?
I wore a body microphone. I had a female individual with me, and she wore a fanny pack video tape on the August 28th one. On the September the 24th, I had 2 other people go into that meeting. The investigator was wearing a wire, and the female was also wearing a fanny pack. It's a video camera inside of a small fanny pack. The August 28th meeting and the December 24th meeting were videotaped.
Now, Mr. Ansman, what did you do with the videotapes that were made at that meeting?
Gave them to Mr. Robert Winlock with Consumer Protection with the Office of the Attorney General.
Do you recall whether any transcripts were made by the Office of the Attorney General of those video recordings or those audio recordings?
The audio recordings were transcribed, yes, sir, by our office. Mr. Winlock gave the videos to Mr. Gutman's Commonwealth Attorney.
Can I approach you with this, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm giving you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibits 2 and 3. Could you take a brief look at those, please? Mr. Ansman, as best as you can recall, just reviewing the document there, does it appear to be a copy of a transcript that was presented to you after it was transcribed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Ansman, just referring you to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Yes, sir.
Which is the transcript of the September 24, 1996 meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have copies, Mr. Turner, of those?
Your Honor, those who requested discovery, I know we provided copies of.
We can make some
to them.
How lengthy are they?
23 and 19 pages.
How many copies you need, Fred? Let's save some trees and just get the ones we maybe two can share or something. Sharon, would you make some copies? How many? Two. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Ansman, just referring back before we get into the transcripts, is your recollection in terms of you at least could hear what was being said at 3 of these meetings? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were the statements made at each of those meetings fairly similar from meeting to meeting in terms of the representations made by the individuals conducting that meeting?
Yes,
those
sir.
Meetings? Your Honor, should we proceed with the transcript, or should we wait until counsel has had an opportunity to copy?
Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Ansman, again, referring to what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, could you look at page 2 there?
Yes, sir.
Referring to lines 1 and 2, could you read the second sentence there, please?
This is an opportunity meeting for Travelmax International. We would like to, and what we would like to do tonight is describe for you a little bit about the travel industry.
Okay. Now, if you could go down to lines 4 and 5, where beginning with the word as, what does that state?
As is blank. Explain the compensation program to you and show you how you can make some money. When do you travel?
Okay. Do you recall statements to that effect being made at the meetings that you attended on the 24th of September?
Yes, sir.
Again, going to page 5 of the document, line 15. Could you read that through the end of the sentence on line 22, please?
Okay, one of the things that is facing conventional travel agencies, as you know them now, and one of the things that is such a high cost of expense to them is their advertising. And this is where Travelmax has done them one better. the advertising, an independent travel agent who refers travel to the agency. Actually, you can walk up to the Travelmax building to make a reservation on a plane or a cruise or whatever there is. No storefront there. But it's a nice building, and they got the reservations inside. But the only way you can have access to it is the 800 number and a PIN number of a person that gave you the card.
Do you recall a statement to that effect being made at the meeting you attended? Going to page 6, Mr. Ansman. Line 19. Could you read the sentence there from beginning on line 19, please?
It also provides an opportunity for you as an independent referral travel agent to become a business person, a home-based business person.
Now, Mr. Ansman, when those statements were made, was it your understanding that a business opportunity was being offered to the individuals attending that meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Anthony, going to page 8. Could you, beginning on line 3 through the word agent on line 6, do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Could you read that for the record, please?
Now, how is that different? Well, the independent travel agent is not a new concept, but because there are about 300,000 of them in the United States, what Travelmax has done, they've taken it another step higher to a referral travel agent.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ansman, going to page 9, beginning at line 12 through lines 22.
Want me to read the whole thing, sir?
Yes, please.
Now, you pay for a cheap seat in the back, but they'll let you fly first class with no extra charge. They're glad to have you fly first class. You know why? Because they want you talking about their airlines or other people. How about Delta or American or Continental treated you? Okay, now also, what about when you get to a hotel? Not only do you have 50% off our hotels, which has happened to us already, we've experienced this. I got in the Riviera, for instance, $79 a night room. I got it for $35 a night. She walked up and showed her travel card and asked if it'd be possible for a courtesy upgrade. Ma'am, no problem. She gets the keys, she goes to her room, and what she thought she was going to be her room to a two-bedroom suite, 2 bathrooms, 4 TVs, a fireplace, about 12 to 1,400 square feet for $35 a night. It was a $279 room.
Now, Mr. Ansman, going to page 11, beginning at line 7. Could you, for the record, just read what's stated from line 7 through lines 15, please?
Charity services. What if you had to go to your charity and say, I can make arrangements for you as a charity, for this charity group to receive a check from Travelmax on a monthly basis? They say, what do we have to do? Write a letter to Travelmax stating who they are, or they write the letter on their letterhead stating who they are and what they do. It can be a nonprofit organization, it can be a church, it can be a charity, your choice. But this is your charity. Now, when these people that belong to this group of people travel through using Travelmax as their travel agent, Travelmax will give your charity 25% of what they take. And on top of that, they'll pay you a portion of that also for bringing to that charity. Some of the other services Travelmax I have mentioned is consumer benefits, seminars, telecommunications.
Now, Mr. Ansman, do you recall that statement or something to that effect?
Yes,
having
sir.
been made? was it your understanding that when this statement was being made that the individuals attending the meeting, including yourself, were being solicited to solicit the promotion of Travelmax activities through charitable organizations?
Yes, sir.
Now, moving on to page 13, Mr. Hansman. Beginning at line 3, could you read that through looks like line 20 here.
Over here in network marketing, through the process of leveraging of my share, the concept of Travelmax with other people who understand those, they go out and share with other people. You're leveraging your time. For instance, if I get one person the first week or the first month or the first 6 months and I put in 10 hours a week and another person joins, we are now collectively putting in 20 hours a week. We go forth and each get one more, we're putting in 40 hours a week. That's the leveraging of time. I cannot do this in the conventional business world. At this point in time, after 6 weeks in the business, we have approximately, my wife and I in the network business, have approximately 40 people in the business. And we all just putting in 10 hours a week. That's 400 hours of marketing exposure for Telemax for my first, it's blank, for my business. At some point in time, when enough leaders get into the business and they go forth and get other leaders in the business, they are not going to need me. But that's not a bad thing. I can stay involved if I want. If I want to take off for a while, or if something happens to me and I don't need to be involved. So the first thing I was looking for was cash, stream of income. Second was to buy back time. Third was a true sense of security, which has to do with the same structure of the network market and what that has. What that meant is that if someone should happen to me, these businesses will deteriorate and go away.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hansman, do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding when those statements were being made that you as a potential customer was being asked to go out and find other people to introduce them to the Travelmax opportunity?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point to the leading nature of the questions. And I don't have a problem with one or two, but when he hasn't read the transcript and then he basically summarizes what he wants him to say and asks for a yes or no question on points of law.
I'll rephrase the questions, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Hansman, going to page 14, could you just read what's there on line 14, please? I'm sorry, line 10.
Oh, by the way, I did that in Indianapolis the other night. There was 400 people, and there was
Go ahead.
little, nice, pretty blonde-headed gal sitting in the back of the room with the non-smokers.
Now, where that statement is made, do you recall what was happening, what the presenter was doing at that time?
No, sir, I don't.
Is that, would that be contained on a videotape that you may have taken at that meeting with the video camera that you mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just if I could, Mr. Hansman, just going back up to lines 5 through 9, could you just read that for the record, please?
So far, the analysis, we want to find something with a real hot product. That is something that would have some emotional appeal, something that people would talk about and that we could try and sell through the market books. For instance, presenter attempts to sing a jingle. Everybody goes to the movies, right? Anybody not been to the movies? If you've ever been to the Olympics, lottery tickets, blank.
Now, Mr. Ansman, do you recall the presenter who was presenting at that time kind of doing a bit of a jig to get people encouraged to invest money, singing a song about money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Your Honor, he's leading the witness. He asked something about encouragement. I don't think that's a word that's come out of the witness's mouth. If he asks the witness what he remembers, that's clearly okay, but he is actually telling the witness, do you remember this? And then testifies about what he wants him to remember.
I didn't hear it that way, but what did you hear? What was said or what was sung?
The man just sang a jingle. That was all, a little jingle.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ansman, going down to lines 20 through 22, and on page 15, the first two lines there, could you just state with those
I'm
lines?
sorry, I didn't get which one you wanted,
At
Mr.
the
Turner.
bottom of line 15, on page 14,
Page 14.
right, the last word on line 20 through the second sentence on page 15.
That's highly relatable. How relatable? Do you like to travel? That's relatable. That's relatable. Do you like to save money? Do you like to save money when you travel? Do you like to make money? Would you like to make money when other people travel? I told you everything in these three questions about blank of travel.
Now, Mr. Ansman, on page 15, going down to line 14, could you read there through the end of that page, please?
It's a very broad picture. There's a blank. In studying networks and studying network markets, I understand there are certain individuals in other network markets that have downlines of thousands of people, tens of thousands, and some of them hundreds of thousands of people in a business. In this business, it is so new and is just beginning that there is only, as we speak right now, 14,000 independent travel agents in Telemax. Tonight as we speak. I'm sorry, Travelmax. And the projections are that in 5 years, this will grow to 2 million people. Be conservative, cut it in half, cut it in quarters. If you get it, I got in at 10,000. If you get in at 14,000, and there's going to be 500,000 conservatively in the business, when you see the biennium compensation plan and see how that works.
Just objection to that. It's binary.
I'm sorry, sir.
Right.
Strap on. You're sitting on a rocket ship.
Again, as we look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 on page 17, beginning at line 1 through the end of that first paragraph, could you read that for the record, please?
Or what would it take for you to double your income as you sit here and in the next year's time? Think about what you do. What can you do in your business to double your income? In this business, you can double, triple, or quadruple because of blank records that allows you to work part-time or full-time. It's an established industry that you can work on a part-time basis and create a serious full-time income. If you understand the power of leveraging and network marketing in a hot product that is placed to stay with the trend, that with a long-term basis, then you understand that you can make a full-time income on a part-time basis. It allows you to work to earn what you honestly worth, and it allows you to use other people's energy and other people's money as you grow and expand this network.
Do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Now, again on page 17, could you read the sentence, the sentence beginning with I on line 14 through 16?
I got paid the second week that I was in this business, and I haven't missed a week yet of pay because what I put in, they returned to us. It is truly entrepreneurial, is that correct?
Yes.
Entrepreneur.
That's how they designed it.
Do
The
you-
whole,
Do you recall that statement being made?
yes, sir.
Now, on page 18, beginning at where it says, I'm sorry, at line 7, beginning with the word now. Could you read that through the end of that paragraph, please?
Now you have no product inventory. No monthly sales requirement. As we said, there are no levels or no generations. Okay. We have excellent training and excellent support. The program that you're hearing tonight is the same program that's going on in San Francisco tonight, in New York City, down in Florida, Puerto Rico, some of the outlying islands. This is an excellent, excellent national marketing, training, and support.
Do you recall that statement being
Yes,
made?
sir.
Now, the next paragraph beginning there on line 13 through the last sentence on line 16.
Let's blank talk about and low overhead cost to operate. Travelmax compensation plan blank that fit. Missions based upon selling our product. There are 3 products that we have developed at this time. There is an independent travel agent tutorial.
Now, Mr. Hansman, at the time that statement was made, do you recall whether there was any discussion of selling travel packages to destinations?
No, sir.
Okay, so the products that were discussed were what?
The
Do you recall?
tutorials, the VIPs, and the charities.
Now, going to page 19, on line 3, beginning with the word to, could you read there through line 9 at the end of the first period?
To allow sales volume to accumulate, when Dan gets up here and talks about the word I'm not familiar with, sir, is it biennium? Binary compensation plan that will make more sense. The plan pays all what really counts, blank, not multi-levels. Now, as if it wasn't good enough when we looked at, let's do it again. Now, as if it wasn't good enough when we have looked, when I looked at the first compensation plan and you set up your business centers and you reach them on a maximum level, and if you got a tri-pack, you can make $6,750 a week. Now, when you do that, they will also give you from the company 1,000 shares of gifted stock option.
Okay. Now, if you go down to line 21, could you read that first sentence, please?
You can earn up to 40% on retail commissions. That's the travel.
Okay. Do you recall those statements being made, Mr. Hansman?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at page 20, beginning with the word to on line 18, could you read that, please?
To get started in Travelmax, the first thing we need to do is to walk through blank, create a business center.
Go ahead.
That costs us $25, filling out a form, send that to Travelmax, and they'll send you back this kit here. Inside the kit, you'll find the slides or the flow chart, which is just like our slides. You'll get all the rules, regulations, policies, everything you need to do about our business.
Okay. Now, could you read the last word on page 20 through the first three lines on page 21, please.
The second thing we need to do is qualify our center with $800 worth of personal sales. Now, we mentioned we have 3 products. This slide does not represent but only 2. There's another tutorial, which is a charitable tutorial called the CCC tutorial.
Do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Now, on page 21 again, beginning at the first sentence on line 18, could you read that through the last sentence on line 22?
The next thing we do is activate by finding 2 representatives, and that's why it's blank. Before we go out and start this center right here, we found 2 people, John and Mary. What this amounts to on the, we're at step 1. We have 3 different levels of pay each week. Step 1 is 3 sales on the left, 3 sales on the right. In binary, everything has to be equal. Equal left and equal right can generate pay.
Do you recall that statement being made?
Objection. I think it says everything has to be even.
Even, right. I'm reading along out.
Oh, sorry.
My mistake, Counselor. Yes, sir, I remember that being made.
Now, on page 22, could you read that language before at line 1 before the comma, please?
Do this.
I'm sorry, if you would go back to page 21 and simply read the beginning of that sentence through the comma on line 1.
Equal left and equal right can generate pay when we do this.
Second comma, I'm sorry.
Okay, we get a check for $250, and the bonus is a 5-day, 4-night vacation stay in Mexico at one of 5 different resorts, and Art explained it back there.
Okay. Now, beginning at on page 22 on line 3, could you read that sentence which goes, well, the 2 sentences that go through line 6, please?
Step 2 is 3 more sales on the left and 3 on the right. Gives us a $500 check and another bonus certificate for more travel. Step 3 is 3 more on the left and 3 more on the right, and a $700 check and a bonus, which is 2 more certificates for travel.
Now, Mr. Hansman, do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Now, when they spoke about sales on the left and the right, what did you understand that to mean?
Sponsoring people.
Why sponsoring people?
That's how you make your money.
Thank you. Now, beginning on, let's see, at line 7 after the comma, if you could read through there, through line 15 at the end of the period. Appreciate it.
Okay, which is 9 sales on the left, 9 sales on the right. That will give us this business right, $3,600 on each side. It gives a check for $1,450 for that week. If someone in John's organization and someone in Mary's organization reaches a step, 3 checks the same week that we do, that also brings up an $800 VIP bonus.
And could you go through the end of the period on line
Which
11?
maximizes that single business center at $2,250 per week.
Do you recall that statement being made?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you read the from line 11 through the end of through the period on line 15, please? We're beginning with the word when.
When we come to Travelmax, we have an opportunity. We will either purchase a single product and accomplish the $800 worth of sales, or it's blank, purchase what is known as a tri-pack. when we purchase all three products, we have this business center here by filling out that FAR, and the company awards this business center 2 and business center 3.
Okay. Now, could you continue to go down to through the period on line 19, please?
In this particular chart, when it shows 9 sales in each of these columns, that particular week, it'll pay Business Center 2 $1,450. It'll pay Business Center 3 $1,450. And because both of these reached a step 3 check that week, it brings up the $800 VIP bonus. Business Center 1 maximum, this particular center here at $5,150.
Now, when those statements were made, do you recall those statements being made?
Yes, sir.
And when those statements were made, when they indicated an amount of $5,150, what did you understand that to mean? Did you understand that to mean that the person would be paid a check in that amount?
Yes, sir.
And that check would be paid for that person doing what?
Sponsoring people, getting more people into the business, sponsoring.
No further questions on that exhibit, John. Approach the witness stand.
Yes.
And what's been marked as Class Exhibits 4 and 5. Could you review those, please? I have a copy of those. Have you seen those 2 exhibits before, Mr. Ansman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Referring to Exhibit 4, could you describe what that document is and what it means to you in terms of how you came about seeing that document?
We said through the presentation at the Marriott Inn, I say we, myself, and Miss Kathy Parrish, I'm the Office Attorney General. After the presentation was made, you break up into small groups and you meet with your sponsor to discuss Travelmax. Myself and Ms. Parrish found Mr. Bill Johnson, and we talked to Mr. Bill Johnson trying to get a couple questions answered. And Mr. Johnson drew this diagram for Ms. Parrish and myself outside the meeting at the Marriott Inn on August the 28th, 1996.
Mr. Ansman, I notice there are circles and a kind of a pyramid type diagram drawn there. What type of discussion was occurring when those things were drawn on this document?
We were talking about the business, and the very top 3 circles shows the business centers. Then he dropped down and where he's got the diamond or the square here. He's got the 3 business centers, and he starts telling you how you get your people, and that's how you make your money.
So these pyramid type diagrams are representative of people that would be recruited by.
You would sponsor, sir.
I object to the meeting. I believe the witness
I would
testified it
draw
was a
that question
square-like
down.
figure. He keeps talking about a pyramid.
Questions been withdrawn.
I will draw that question out. I'll rephrase the question. Mr. Ansman, the diagrams, there's a diagram at the top with a circle around it.
Yes, sir.
What does that represent?
You talking to this one, sir?
No, the diagram at the bottom here that has a circle and it has the number 5250 beside it.
That's how much money you can make a week
By doing what?
by sponsoring people, getting them in your organization.
Okay. Now, the diagrams that where the lines are drawn down from that, which appear to be in a, for lack of another term, a pyramid type shape.
Well, triangle could be another.
Triangle type shape. what were those triangles represented to be?
People that you sponsor.
Okay. Now, I noticed that there are some circles with a line drawn up to it to some other numbers. What were those represented to be?
The cost of the business center.
Okay. And there's a number of 2250. What was that represented to be?
The amount you could make in a week.
Okay. Now, was there any discussion about the 2250 in relationship to the figure of 5150 that you recall?
I can't recall that, sir.
Did you have a recording device
Yes, sir.
on at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be accurate that that recording device would contain that type of information?
Yes, sir.
All that. That's all I have off that exhibit. Now referring to plaintiff's exhibit.
Maybe during lunch, we could get copies of, maybe there's one or two of the ones that we're gonna use.
Okay.
Your Honor, the counsel who requested discovery, I know they should have copies of this. We provided those, but
We can make them over lunch.
Well, the practice in this circuit has been, you send copies to all counsel, so certified. That's not really being honored by the AG's office.
We'll get copies at lunch.
now, Mr. Ansman, referring to what is marked as plaintiff's exhibit 5 there, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you describe how you came upon this document?
I executed a search warrant on Mr. Johnson's home and retrieved this document in pursuant to the search warrant.
Okay. Now, could you read the words at the top of that form, beginning with the word genealogy?
It says genealogy report, Travelmax International.
Okay. Now, there's the word sponsor name. Is that correct on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's contained under those words?
Business Center 1. It has an ID number of 127748.
Okay. Well, let's go over, if I could, with your indulgence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if it would speed things on, we'll stipulate to these transcripts and to these documents. I mean, reading them is not gonna, unless there's some question, we're not stipulating that these documents are in any way wrong. If that would speed things along, unless you find something that needs to be read.
I think there's some information that needs to be read, and I think if we can read just one across, it probably does it. Mr. Ansman, if you could just where it says Business Center 001 ID number, right below that, you see the word level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see the word sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, beneath that, there is a number. Beneath the word level, there's a number.
Right.
What is that number?
0.
Okay. And beneath the word sponsor name, there is
A name.
and this includes a list of numbers and a list of names. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going over a bit further, it indicates sponsor, and it has the alphabet BC number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there are some numbers contained directly underneath that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do those numbers correspond with each of the names?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have any idea as to what those numbers mean?
The people who are, the gentleman sponsored, that's his, how many people's in his organization?
So do you know what the initials BC number stands for?
BC,
Yes.
Business Center 1 or Business Center 2.
Okay. And then there's the word side, and there are the letters R and L. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is attached beside each of the names contained on the exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, going over to the right side of the document, where at the top it says left and it says right.
Yes, sir.
There appear to be some numbers there. Do you know what those numbers reflect? It says left side, and then there's what appears to be a dollar sign.
Yes,
See
sir.
that?
Right.
Do you know what those numbers reflect?
Money received by sponsoring people.
Okay. Now, and do you know what the significance of the left and right might be?
You have to have equal, one on the left and one on the right to collect commissions.
Now, going through this entire document, at least if you go to the last page of the exhibit, what is the total number listed there at the bottom?
269.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ansman, you indicated that you attended 3 meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever hear reference?
Corrections are 2 meetings.
2 meetings and 1 meeting where you were outside, but you had an audio device so you could hear
Yes, sir.
that particular meeting. Is
Yes,
that correct? Okay.
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained. Please try not to lead the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did the number of 269 people ever come up in reference to Mr. Bill Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, or could you state or summarize what that reference was?
Mr. Johnson stated he had 269 people in his organization, his downline.
Thank you. Now, just one final question on this, Mr. Ansman. Reviewing this document where it says left side and right side with the dollar sign, do you see $25 listed anywhere?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all.
So, with respect to that document,
Yes,
are you done?
with respect to that particular document. I do have several other exhibits that I'd just like to get in for identification purposes that can be done fairly quickly.
You may.
We'll give you what's been marked here, plaintiff's exhibits 6 through plaintiff's exhibit 12. Oh, this is
So 6 through 12, is that the number?
6 through 12, Your Honor. Shannon, have you seen those documents before?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ansman, referring to Exhibit 6,
Your Honor, if I could just a moment, I've got, do you have, what is Exhibit 6? I've got a 7 and a 9, a 10, 11, and a 12, unless it marks another way.
Council, it's about 5 minutes to 12. Why don't we recess and everyone share the exhibits that you need so we can make copies you need. We'll, let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're back on the record. I'm a little concerned about the expert witness thing. Is that what
Your
you're?
Honor, it's funny because we are too. What we would propose to the court is that following the direct examination of the Commonwealth's current witness, if we could reserve our cross-examination
Until
and put our experts on, depending on what their timing is, as I said, Judge, we have 5. We'd like to get through that and then be able to pick up once we have finished. With
any problem with that, Mr. Turner?
No problem.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We'll just reserve, we're gonna need, this is gonna go into another day anyway.
It's certainly starting to look that way. Your Honor.
Yeah, at the pace we're proceeding, it's gonna go into another year. The way it's- hopefully it'll pick up a little bit here in a few minutes. All right, Mr. Hansman, where are you? Oh, there you are. All right. And you are still under oath. And Mr. Turner, you may proceed when you're ready. Yes, you may.
Your Honor, if we could just ask, we do have a witness that's has a flight at 2:15. If the direct is going to go much further, then we may even need to, if the court would tolerate that, to interrupt.
How much more direct do you have, do you think?
Your Honor, it's primarily just getting the exhibits, remaining exhibits that are relevant to Mr. Hansman's testimony are introduced and at least laying a foundation for those for introduction.
Is that it? Just
Once we've done that, I think we'll pretty much conclude it with Mr. Hansman.
If we can go through these, I think we could stipulate to many of those. So if we can.
okay.
Have you looked at exhibits 6 through 12?
Yes, those are fine.
Fine. Any objections to anyone? 6 through.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can get to that one.
What are 6 through 12?
6 through 12 are exhibits that pretty much relate to evidence that was obtained in the process of investigating this matter that relate to how the compensation plan works, Your Honor, primarily.
All
I
right.
think if we can get those things, if we can get a stipulation to those things, we may not have to back things out getting them in.
Judge, absent any objection from other defense counsel, it's so stipulated.
No objection on that.
Anyone have an objection at all? All right, those documents will be admitted then.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, at this time, I'd also like to move exhibits 1 through 4, if there are no objections.
So admitted.
I object to the exhibit 1, the affidavit, on a hearsay basis. And the witness can certainly address, that affidavit contains many more things than
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know
Well,
what.
Your Honor.
It's the affidavit, Your Honor.
Your Honor, exhibit 1 is the affidavit, and if we want to take the time to have the witness read the affidavit into the record and verify its accuracy, we wouldn't have to do that, but we expedite the matter. If there's no objection.
quite frankly, Judge, this is the gentleman who I think was there and he can testify as to what he observed and what he saw, but essentially read the affidavit out overcomes my hearsay.
Are these parties, I mean, the hearsay is from, who's it from? I haven't read it here. I don't have it in
It's
front of me.
his affidavit, Your Honor.
It's his affidavit.
gentleman's affidavit. The objection is that because the individual is here to testify,
he would not be allowed to sit down and write a document and put it into
Right.
evidence. That the affidavit should not be admitted into evidence. I believe that's your objection. Is that right?
As long as he's going to testify about it, I don't have to hear it twice. The objection's well taken. I'll sustain the objection. We'll admit it 2 through 12 then.
2 through 12.
You may approach.
And you has been marked here as plaintiff's exhibit 13 and plaintiff's exhibit 14. Have you seen these? Have you seen those materials before, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you tell us where you've seen those materials before?
They were in a briefcase taken from one of the gentlemen who we arrested.
Now, Mr. Ansman, if you could open exhibit 13. As far as you recall, is all the information that is contained in this booklet, was that contained in that booklet?
Yes, sir.
If I could just put this for a moment, please. Now, do you know who this exhibit 13 belongs to?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was that?
Dan Callen.
Now, just looking at this document, could you read the words that are in the outline of that document?
We'll stipulate to the document if it's going to be admitted into evidence. There's no need to actually read these things if we're stipulating that they're exhibits.
I might take just a look when I think he's identified in the documents, Mr. Callen's. If you let me look at it, so I won't have to thumb through a stack. Mr. Do you mind, Harold?
You can approach.
Thank you.
Any objections from any counsel on any of this matter?
No, thank you.
Okay, there are no objections. You answer any further questions to offer into evidence.
So admitted.
And we would also, Your Honor, offer evidence on the exhibit 14.
And that is
a
tape.
A tape marked as plaintiff's exhibit 14.
So admitted.
Now, Mr. Ansman, you mentioned that when you attended a meeting that Mr. Callen discussed after the formal presentation that he met informally with yourself. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anyone meet with you?
Yes, sir. After the meeting, Mr. Don McCoy met with me outside the meeting room on the first meeting.
Okay. Do you recall the substance of what Mr. McCoy had to say to you?
Explained to me what Travelmax, how you go about joining Travelmax and what you had to do to make money with Travelmax. And that was to sponsor people. You had to purchase, he put it, would you rather make $1 or $3? And I kind of said, what are you talking about? I said, you can buy one tri-pack, or you can buy, you can buy one tutorial, or you can buy a tri-pack. when you buy the tri-pack, you can triple or double your money. And then he went on to proceed on I guess it's a brochure that Travelmax put out. And we turned back to a page that showed a diagram. And on this diagram, he diagrammed to me the different ways and how much money you could make with Travelmax by sponsoring people.
Now, in any of those descriptions from Mr. McCoy or during the presentations that you heard, was there any way to earn commissions off of any of the programs at an amount less than $500?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Ansman, I'm going to ask you to step down at this time in order to accommodate schedules. Mr. Pence, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pence, who will be your first witness taken out of order?
Your Honor, we would call Mr. Dale Paisley.
My guess is we won't get back to him this afternoon, do you think?
I don't think so. If we could just have a place where we could reach him if he was on call or a beeper number. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't catch that name. Would you tell me?
Dale Paisley.
Dale Paisley. Let's see. Would you please take the witness stand? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Paisley, I understand you have a flight this afternoon.
That's
why
correct.
we're putting you on first. Mr. Paisley, could you, where do you reside?
In Orange County, California.
And could you briefly inform the court of your educational background?
I received a bachelor's degree in accounting from San Diego State University in 1965.
And after that, could you briefly summarize your professional experience?
After graduation, I joined the accounting firm then known as Lybrand, Ross Brothers in Montgomery, currently Coopers and Lybrand. I was with the firm a little over 25 years, the last 15 as a partner in the Newport Beach office.
Mr. Paisley, as a partner at Coopers and Lybrand, what particular area did you focus on?
With the amount of time that I spent with the firm in the profession, I certainly had the opportunity to deal with a large number of different types of companies and clients. Examples would be Shearson Lehman Brothers. I was responsible for the financial services and real estate operations of Shearson. More specific, their mortgage banking operation and mortgage derivative operation, along with troubled real estate. I also was the engagement partner on the Golden Nugget when that first went public in the late 1970s.
Did you serve both in the audit and tax arenas?
I was a general practice partner within Coopers and Lybrand, is more equivalent to an audit partner, but the general practice partner is responsible for all services that are provided, including tax, consulting, actuarial.
Were you ever involved in mergers and acquisitions?
Yes, I was a designated merger and acquisition review partner within the firm.
In that capacity, would you be asked to analyze the value and viability of businesses that were target acquisitions?
Yes.
And what sort of factors might you look at in looking at the viability and the serious viability of a business?
Generally, the first aspect of a target business, whether it's from evaluation, acquisition, or even from the standpoint of whether the firm would accept it as a client, because we did review every client before we'd accept it, is the credibility and reliability of management, regardless of what other aspects that may be present within a company. If that aspect of management isn't there, that's certainly a factor that the firm would consider before they become involved. Then we'd look at the business aspect of the company. Does it make business sense? Is it a business that has the likelihood of financial success?
Over the years, would it be safe to say that you've counseled hundreds of businesses?
At least.
When did you leave Coopers and Lybrand?
In 1991.
By the way, did you ever act as an expert witness in your capacity at Coopers and Lybrand?
Yes, I have.
In what sorts of cases?
I've acted as an expert witness in cases involving application of generally accepted accounting principles, with respect to the determination of damages, and one in the valuation aspect of an acquisition.
Okay, Your Honor, in this jurisdiction, would I make an offer as of this gentleman as an expert witness at this point? Or?
Does the Commonwealth wish to voir dire this witness on his qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
Does the Commonwealth have an objection to this witness being allowed to give opinion testimony in his area of expertise?
No, we do not, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. After Coopers and Lybrand, Mr. Paisley, what was your next professional commitment?
I formed a small consulting company that provided services to the Resolution Trust Corporation. Sold that company approximately 18 months later to a very large RTC contractor, and opened my own consulting practice.
And your consulting practice, again, consisted of advising businesses?
Principally small businesses in capital formation, how to access capital markets, general business consultation.
And when did you commence your experience with Travelmax?
Shortly after its formation in the late summer of 1995.
And what were the circumstances that led you to this relationship?
The individual of Travelmax that's currently the chief executive officer, William Alverson, and I had been involved in other business situations, not functioning together. He was functioning in an investment banking standpoint. I was providing financial and accounting consulting to these companies.
Was Mr. Alverson the initial founding partner of Travelmax?
He was one of the founding shareholders of the company.
His background came from the financial investment industry?
From the investment banking and broker-dealer background.
Did he have any background in multi-level marketing?
None of which I'm aware.
And when did you actually assume duties of any sort with Travelmax?
It was in August, I believe, of 1995.
And could you describe from August of 95 until the present what your function and duties have been at Travelmax?
I'm the company's chief financial officer. Therefore, I've been responsible for the financial activities of the company, orchestrated, if that's the correct term, the merger that the company entered into in December of 1995. I've been involved with generally the acquisition and development of the company's hardware and software internally, and the discussions and structure of mergers, one of which is currently ongoing, and generally all contracts in which the company enters into.
Is Travelmax a publicly traded company?
Yes, it is.
And would you explain what that means?
Well, the company's shares are owned by a large number of individuals. A portion of those shares are what are known as free trading and are traded frequently on the NASDAQ bulletin board. There's approximately 1.6 million free trading shares. They have been trading since January of this year.
Of 1996?
Yes.
Okay. And are there, from your standpoint as a former partner at Coopers and Lybrand, are there additional accountability standards for a company such as this that is publicly traded?
As a publicly traded company, there is the added disclosure requirements that private companies are not, to which they're not subject. Disclosure regarding financial information, contracts, compensation of officers and directors, stock option plans. Just generally, the company, public company, is required to disclose to its investors, to its shareholders, and to the marketplace in general, the affairs and its activities.
And you oversee those areas?
That's correct.
Let's say, Mr. Paisley, that you were still at Coopers and Lybrand and I was one of your clients and I said, I'm interested in acquiring this company, Travelmax. Can you give me a picture of this company from the standpoint of a Coopers and Lybrand partner? What can you tell me about this company that I should either be interested in or not interested in?
It's first, the company has, in my view, an excellent management team, a much stronger and experienced upper management team than you would generally find in a newly formed company, a company that's 18 months old. The breadth and depth of the top management is something that is really unique in formative stage companies. Second,
why do you say that?
Generally, when companies are in their formative stages, they're led by a small number of individuals, generally the individual with the idea, the concept, and they assume significant roles and responsibilities within the company. Travelmax made the decision at its inception that it wanted to bring on board levels of management at all aspects of the company to build a foundation to enable it to grow and to facilitate growth, to do things right initially.
This company, am I correct, has risen to about $5 million a month in travel sales?
I think peak revenues were probably 6, but that's correct.
Yeah. And from your standpoint as a Coopers and Lybrand partner, would you say that is a good track record for a company that set out to be a player in the travel industry?
Generally, I would say it's a pretty good start for a company in any industry. I commented many times to many of the individuals within the company that in all my experience with Coopers, I never saw a company that was in its formative stages that achieved its revenue budgets. As a statement of fact, I can honestly say that I never saw one. Travelmax exceeded the revenue budgets that I was in part responsible for putting together every month.
By the way, how many employees does Travelmax have?
Currently, there's just over 100.
Over 100. You have inside travel agents that take the orders of your customers?
That's correct.
And about how many of those inside travel agents do you have that take orders of customers?
Between the two travel operations, we've broken travel into two pieces: the individual and leisure travel and the group and tour travel operations. Those two combined have somewhere between 65 and 70 employees.
Inside?
Inside.
These are people servicing customers who are just booking travel?
That's correct.
And this travel is all generated by your outside distributors and travel agents?
From our independent travel agents.
Yeah. You're what you call an outside travel agency type agency, is that correct?
We rely upon our network of independent travel agents to generate revenue to the company, as opposed to advertising, taking out the ads in newspapers and whatever. We instead pay a portion of the commission.
These are people that would have bought your tutorial type products and learned how to be an outside travel agent.
That's correct.
So you mentioned management. Can you tell me something else about the infrastructure of the company?
The second, the company had put in a significant amount of equity capital. The initial, or the capital that was put into the company through the shareholders was approximately $3.5 million, as opposed to financing a company start with borrowings and aging accounts payable. The company was formed with and operated through significant capital infusion.
You mean before you hit the streets and solicited distributors to bring customers, you already had a capitalization of $3.5 million?
No, but as the company needed capital to support growth, instead of borrowing, it went to capital markets and raised additional funds. As the value of the company increased, we were able to raise funds at a lesser dilution to the previous shareholders by getting a higher price per share.
And what about operating systems at the company, computer systems or other types of systems? What would I see?
The company has invested significant resources in hardware and software. The company is currently on its third iteration of hardware in 18 months. We've elected to upgrade our hardware twice from what we started with. As technology has increased, we have stepped forward and upgraded those systems. In addition, we've invested significant amounts of money in software systems. We elected to go with Windows 95 early on. The Windows NT is an operating system. We've developed, acquired, modified, and developed significant internal reporting systems. We are currently, I think we just signed the contract with Sabre on their new online internet reservation system. So we're constantly evaluating and investing in tools that are necessary to make the company achieve its goals.
And this marketing system you have out there, this multi-level marketing system, is that designed to basically feed your ability to provide travel-related products?
That certainly is one of the aspects of it. It is designed to feed the accounting system so that we have accurate information on our revenues and expenses, to be able to track commissions that are due to our independent representatives and independent travel agents.
If you were to describe your mission statement, or your corporate mission from the inception of the business, how would you describe it?
Principally, to become if not the largest, one of the largest travel suppliers in the country, whether that's an agency or elsewise. And supporting that is to be a leader in technology in the forefront of the travel and leisure environment.
Now, you could have chosen, with that mission statement, you could have chosen to go a more conventional route, open up, I guess, a storefront or commercial operation. What advantages have you seen by taking the route of operating through systems of independent distributors?
Well, certainly our sales revenue have greatly exceeded our expectations. It's impossible to say what that would have been had we elected to go a different route, but I feel comfortable in saying that we wouldn't have achieved the level of revenues that we have achieved.
Mr. Paisley, based on your experience at Coopers & Lybrand and your other related professional experience, would you say that Travelmax is a serious and viable travel business?
Absolutely.
Based on your experience as a partner at Coopers & Lybrand and your related professional experience, Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, with respect to Travelmax, the sale of travel-related products is incidental to the business opportunity involved?
From the company's standpoint, absolutely not. We've committed most of our resources, both in space, people, hardware, and software, are there to support travel.
And with respect to the opportunity that is offered to the public, do you have an opinion as to whether or not your product is incidental to the opportunity being offered to the public?
What we offer to the public is product. So I'm not sure.
Would you say you're a product-driven company?
Absolutely.
Based on your experience at Coopers & Lybrand and your related professional experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this is a legitimate business which markets travel-related products, or is merely a pyramid recruitment scheme?
Yeah, I'm going to object. I think it's the question asked for that he draw a legal conclusion. I'm not sure the witness.
And that's what we're here to determine. What was the question again? Whether it's a pyramid scheme
Do you
or
have
whether
an
it's...
opinion as to whether or not this is a legitimate business which markets travel products, or is a pyramid recruitment scheme?
All right, that is the ultimate question I'll be deciding. He's already testified that he considers this business a serious travel agency type business. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I have your name again, please?
Dale Paisley, P-A-I-S-L-E-Y.
Mr. Paisley, you've talked generally about the question about the company. What I'd like to do is ask you a few questions about Kentucky. Do you have any idea as to, you mentioned the figure of $5 million a month in travel sales. How much in travel sales has occurred here in Kentucky?
I don't have that information. I'm not aware of it. It's available, but I don't know what it is. I don't look at that level.
Do you have a guesstimate?
I really don't. It is available, but
Okay.
I just don't.
Mr. Paisley, do you know how much has been paid by people coming in as representatives to Travelmax by way of buying this product, the ITA tutorial, the charity consulting tutorial, and the VIP package? How much in dollars has been sent to Travelmax from Kentucky?
Again, I don't have that information at my disposal. I believe someone else here does.
Well, you testified that you have about $5 million a month in travel sales nationally. How much do you receive per month nationally from the sale of the tutorials, the charities package, and the VIP package?
To give a recent number, I believe that the month of November, we did approximately $3 million in sales of product, sales aids, the products being the two tutorials and VIP getaways, and sales aids.
Okay. Now, do sales aid include anything other than the tutorials, the charities package, and the VIP package that has been referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Could that include things like coffee mugs, T-shirts,
Yes.
etc.? So you don't.
The videotape that you may have there may be one.
Okay.
Forms, things like that.
What about in other months? I mean, how many representatives?
I believe there's currently about 30,000.
About 30,000. do you have any idea as to how many of those 30,000 have purchased what has been described as the tri-pack?
I would estimate, and again, this is not something that we track, but just looking at the comparison of revenues to the number of individual representatives that come in a given month. I would estimate that it runs somewhere in the neighborhood of 60%.
Now, Mr. Paisley, is it possible for an individual or a group of individuals to specialize in promoting the tri-pack and earn commissions from that app, from Travelmax, without selling any travel packages?
It would be possible to sell only company products exclusive of the VIP Getaways, which is a travel product, and earn commissions from the sale of tutorials without ever earning a commission selling travel.
Do you have any idea as to how many of the 30,000 representatives have done so? Do you have any idea as to how many representatives from Kentucky have focused exclusively on the sale of these three programs, the tri-pack?
I object to the form of that question as to how many people have focused on that. That is by far too vague.
I will rephrase the question, Your Honor. Do you have any idea as to how many of your representatives in Kentucky have received commissions without selling any other products such as travel or leisure travel products?
I would estimate that it was a reasonably high percentage because travel commissions are paid when travel is taken. Generally, you can make a reservation today for travel to be taken in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, in 3 months in the group and tour operation. The commission is paid when the travel is taken. The commissions paid on the sale of product is paid when the product is sold, which is right now. The company started its activities in Kentucky fairly recently. It was not an early state. Therefore, the likelihood that representatives in Kentucky would have earned commissions related to product sales well before they would have realized commissions based on travel sales, just because of that lag time.
Now, Mr. Paisley, does Travelmax issue or sell what are called genealogy reports?
Genealogy reports are available to independent representatives.
Okay.
There is an at-cost charge.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I have been previously identified as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Could you just review that briefly, please?
It looks like one of our representative genealogy reports.
Okay. Now, looking at that genealogy report, Mr. Paisley, do you see any individual or any amount there that would relate to a person paying an amount less than $500 to join Travelmax?
There's no payment. There's the amount to become a representative of Travelmax is $25, and that would never appear on this because we do not pay commissions on that fee. We only pay commissions on the sale of products. So this only reflects the product sales by individuals, not their $25 independent representative fee.
Looking at that document, can you tell what kinds of product was purchased?
No.
By that individual?
This product doesn't show that.
In terms of the dollar amounts and the placement on the right side and the left side, could you explain how that works?
when an individual fills out their application form to become an independent representative with Travelmax, they indicate who their sponsor was, and then the placement in the sponsor sales organization under which business center he's been sponsored and whether it's right side or left side. That's the information that the company uses then to place that individual in this case, Bill Johnson's sales organization.
Now, in Mr. Johnson's case, if you look at the back page, there's a reference to 269 at the bottom there.
Yes.
Okay. Would it have been possible for Mr. Johnson to sponsor 269 people without selling any other products other than the tri-pack?
Well, first, this is not.
The question is whether it's possible.
But the question has a problem with it because Mr. Johnson probably didn't sponsor these 269 people.
Are those 269 people in Mr. Johnson's downline?
They are. That's correct.
Mr. Johnson receiving commissions off of those 269 people?
To the extent that they have generated sales volume, yes.
And sales volume includes the sale of the tri-pack?
Well, no, the only sales volume is paid on the sale of company product, which are the three.
The tri-pack is company product, right?
Well,
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to finish what he's about to say before he's interrupted by counsel. So
no problem, Your Honor.
the company sells products, and the three products are those in which we pay commissions. We don't sell.
Mr. Paisley, if a person pays $25 to join Travelmax, is it possible for them to earn commissions without paying any further money?
Yes, it is.
How?
By getting or having products sold to others. You could become an independent representative and sell products to everybody that you know, and you would earn commissions on those sales without ever having to purchase one yourself.
May I approach you with some? And show you here what has been marked as Plaintiff Exhibit 6. If you look at that page.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
Before. Now, there's language, I believe, in that document that indicates that in order to earn commissions, you have to do a number of things. One of which is to buy $800 worth of
Personal sales.
of personal sales volume. What does that mean?
That means that you either buy it yourself or directly sell it to someone else.
Okay. Now, do you have any idea as to the number of people in Kentucky who have purchased it themselves as opposed to sponsoring other people?
I would speculate that virtually all of our representatives in the state of Kentucky have purchased product from the company.
And that product would be the tri-pack.
Well, it would be the one or both of the tutorials and the VIP getaway.
Do you know if there are any people in Kentucky who have paid the amount of $25 and qualified for commissions by selling other product?
I do not know. We could find out, but I do not know the answer to that.
You say the company is a product-driven company. What is the primary product the company is driving to sell?
Well, the company's three principal products that it is selling are the two tutorials, the VIP getaways. That's the product side of the company. Then we sell individual and leisure travel through the traditional structured travel agency. Then we sell group and tour travel through our group and tour operation. We have other products that we are developing and plan to continue to bring to market through our network of independent representatives.
Now, Mr. Paisley, looking at the document you have, witness, looking at this document that here, it kind of has the words "Your Business Center" at the top. Is
Yes.
that correct? Now, it has the words John and Mary on the right and left side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when John, does this mean that John is buying a business center from the person that owns this business center?
You cannot buy a business center.
Okay.
When
What
you-
does this mean? Where it says John and Mary, what have John and Mary done in relationship to this business center?
They have become independent representatives of Travelmax and have been sponsored by Your Business Center.
Okay. Now, once John and Mary have been sponsored by this business center, what have John and Mary done?
They have become an independent representative and have purchased their independent representative kit for $25.
Okay. How likely is it that both John and Mary have purchased at least, it looks like what I'm saying here is the amount of 1,200 business cards. Is that a fairly standard practice where the people who buy from the sponsor will buy in by purchasing a TriPack?
As I said earlier, my belief is about 60% of the people that become independent representatives purchase 3 products when they become an independent representative. Approximately, that would be 40% that either buy no product or buy 1 product.
Now, but just in case of this example, where you have John and Mary, this is the example in the brochure marked compensation plan, okay?
Yes.
Basically has the amount of step 1, 1,200 BSB under John, 1,200 BSB under Mary, equals $250 plus bonus.
That's correct.
Okay. Step 2, 1,200 BSB on the left side under John, 1,200 business BSB on the right side under Mary equals $500 plus bonus. And it goes on to $700, amounting to what is described as a maximum weekly income per business center of $2,250. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it possible that when John and Mary come in, that John and Mary would each purchase a tri-pack for roughly $1,500 to $1,700? Is that possible?
It's possible that they could come in and purchase 3 products.
Okay. And is it also possible that John and Mary then would go out and find other people who would be interested in doing the same thing? Is that the manner in which John and Mary qualify for commissions?
They qualify for commissions based upon the sale of the company's products.
And those products are the
The
3
3 tutorials.
that you mentioned previously. Now, there's this reference to let's see, $2,250 here. Is that the maximum that you can earn if you purchase a tri-pack, or is that just one business center?
That is the maximum that can be paid weekly on a given business center.
If you purchase a tri-pack, what's the maximum you can potentially earn
If
on those
on
3 business centers?
joining the company, you buy 3 products, you will get 3 business centers.
What's the maximum amount that you can earn per week on those 3 business
See,
centers?
3 times $2,250 or $6,750 a week.
So if people are being told that they can earn $6,750 per week, that's likely to be happening, isn't it? If that's the maximum they can earn.
On those, if you had 3 business centers, that's correct.
Okay. Now, do you have any idea as to what the average amount of travel sales per month per representative might be?
No, I don't.
Is it anywhere close to 4 times $6,750?
That
In other words,
any
multiply
individual,
6,750 times 4, which would be roughly a month. Are those representatives earning that amount by way of travel?
No.
Commission sales?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that if a person looks at the fact that if I go out and sponsor other people, and I can make a maximum of $67.50 per week, and I can earn significantly less, how often are representatives paid for the sale of the travel packages? Are they paid weekly?
travel commissions are paid monthly. Commissions on the sale of products are paid weekly.
Okay. So here you have a situation where if I go out as a representative of Travelmax and I get people to buy the tri-pack, and I have a tri-pack, which is for my 3 business centers, I can earn significantly more than by way of selling the travel packages. Is that correct?
The potential to earn is greater as an independent representative than it is as an independent travel agent.
Now, you mentioned that you've been doing this new hardware and software system. Do independent representatives, how do they keep track of who they sell travel products to? Not the tri-packs and the tutorials, this charities and the VIP package, but how do they keep track of how much by way of commissions they're entitled to receive? As I understand it, you just hand out your card and when people call into this number. So if I handed out my card to people, everybody in this room, how do I know which of those people have chosen to call my PIN number so that I can track how much commissions I'm entitled to?
Unless you want to track with the individuals to whom you pass out your cards, what travel they have purchased, you would not know until you get your commission statement. On your commission statement, it'll break out what travel has been taken using your PIN number, the travel and the commission item.
But as an independent representative, I can order these genealogy reports, which are in Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 here. I can order those, and those pretty much accurately track the people that I've sponsored into the program. Is that correct?
The individuals that are in your sales organization, whether or not you sponsored them yourself.
Right. So I can pretty much figure out by ordering this from you, but I'm going to have a difficult time tracking the commissions that I earn, other than just relying on Travelmax to be truthful and honest with me about those travel packages that were ordered under my particular PIN number. Is that correct?
That's correct, if you just pass out your business cards.
Or if I just leave my business cards at a hotel or wherever people might pick them up.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, John.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, you may step down. May this witness be excused.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You're free to leave.
Here's why.
Your Honor. This time we call Mr. Al Analik.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Analik, where do you reside?
I live in Tiburon, California, which is outside of San Francisco.
And what is your profession?
I'm a travel law attorney.
What does that mean?
Means our practice emphasizes travel, tourism, and hospitality law. It's representing agents, tour operators, government tourist offices, airlines, cruise lines, tour operations, and travel agent trade associations.
Could you give the court a brief synopsis of your educational background?
Yes, I received my Juris Doctorate degree at Hastings University of California in San Francisco. I then did my international law graduate work at The Hague, the World Peace Palace in the Netherlands, and then the international law at Berkeley Bothell, California, in Berkeley, and then have given and attended hundreds of different seminars in the travel industry over the last 20-some years.
Your law firm focuses, I assume, strictly on travel?
Yes, travel, tourism, and hospitality. We teach the same at Cornell and at the University in Hawaii, but it's the broad category nowadays of travel, tourism, and hospitality. But it's primarily agent-based, and the relationship with travel agents and how we get them together with the tour operators.
If I were to ask you, Mr. Analik, to name some of your famous travel clients, could you tell us some?
Well, from a corporate side, I would advise the travel departments of a Boeing, a McDonnell Douglas, a Levi Strauss, a Citibank, a number of major corporate interests from governments, the Israeli, the Argentinians. For 25 years, I've represented China Airlines and the government of Taiwan. So I advise their Ministry of Tourism, government of Botswana. There are a number of tourist offices. And for airlines, I've been general counsel to China Airlines Taiwan. I've been counsel to UTA French Airlines, Air France, Air India, Pakistani, and El Al, Tower, a number of different carriers. From motor coach operations, I've done Gray Line and Gray Line tours, tour operators, most of the big ones, Quoney, Trafalgar, a number of the European operators. For cruise lines, I still do work for Carnival, Dolphin, formerly general counsel to Royal Cruise Line, Magistry. For travel agent associations, the main association was ASTA, the American Society of Travel Agents. I was their litigation counsel. I then took over the position as general counsel to ARTA, where I still am general counsel. This is the Association of Retail Travel Agents. The largest trade association for outside agents is OSSN, Outside Sales Support Network. I'm general counsel to the Outside Sales Support Network. The cruise-only agencies were a different organization. They didn't sell air, but basically cruise. When they started out, I served to help form them and served as counsel to the cruise-only agencies. For travel agencies themselves, out of the top 5, I probably represented 3, which was BTI Americas, which was formerly U.S. Travel. I represent Carlson Hotels. I represent a number of hotels and chains. I've done Holiday Inns. I now do Westin, the Outriggers over in Hawaii. And then I teach the tourism hospitality hotel law course at Cornell for business travel executives. And in Hawaii, it's an Asian basin executive course for tourism officials and government.
Further elaboration by the witness that he's qualified to speak as an expert attorney in travel-related matters.
All right.
Mr. Analik, I'm handing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit, Travelmax exhibit number 24. Is that your biography or curriculum vitae?
I think what I left off is I was appointed a part of the Honorary Order of Kentucky Colonels, and bring it to it will go on my next biography, Your Honor.
That we can check.
Want to make sure that gets in the transcript, Your Honor. Your Honor, we would offer exhibit number 24.
All right, it's his experience and background.
Yes. And I take it from the exhibit as well, Mr. Analik, you're well published in this field. You published many books and articles on this subject.
The first textbook was The Law in the Travel Industry was mine. The Official Outside Sales Agent Handbook is mine. Most travel agents use what's known as a policy and procedures manual, from everything human resources to how to handle insides. I've done the official manual, which is sold by ARDA now, and I have various sets of tape sets and hospitality training law courses that I've done. And I'm general counsel, I'm legal editor at Travel Agent Magazine now.
Okay. And are there any other law firms like yours in the United States?
Internationally, no one is as big, although we have a network of travel attorneys. There's a couple in each country that at least do similar work that we associate with.
Now, is it safe to say that in your business, you've come to understand the business of travel as perhaps as much as the law of travel?
I even got myself here late last night after 2 flight cancellations by using my travel knowledge, but I did manage to get here, and I think I know my travel industry.
Do your clients seek you out for your knowledge of the travel business and travel agency business?
Yes, I help them with relationships in the industry.
I think that's hearsay. I think I would object to that. We have those clients here to testify to that, unless he's discussed that with his particular clients.
I think all he's saying is that he's been consulted or asked by clients to advise him in that regard. He's not talking about specifically what they asked for and that sort of thing. You may proceed.
Safe to say you know the travel business.
I hope so.
Mr. Analik, there obviously have been some changes in the travel industry, the travel agent industry during the last decade. Could you briefly expound on some of those changes as they might impact the emergence of the outside travel agent?
Well, until 1985, the former Civil Aeronautics Board was operating within a very regulatory industry. The government decided for competition that there would be an investigation that actually started in the late 70s and then up through the beginning years of 80s, with the whole emphasis to deregulate, to try to allow the travel industry to be subject to the market forces. And they figured by doing this, competition would be fostered if you had open skies, if you took away domestic tariffs. And finally, the government mandated with the competitive marketing investigation and the culmination of the CAB that there would be competition. What this meant to the travel agents, probably for 20 years I'd advocated that travel agents should go out to their religious groups, should go out to their ethnic groups and get group business. They couldn't really until 85. You weren't even allowed to put your home telephone number on your business card if you were a travel agent, because the cartel that controlled travel agents said you can't do anything other than out of your office that they approve. The government, through a case that my organization brought, said, no, this is not fostering competition. It's restricting people within the industry, and the ATC, which was the cartel of domestic carriers, had to disband. And a new organization had to be formed that controls travel agents. But in their new agreement, their interstick agreement, nothing even mentions the description of the outside sales agent. It was taboo to try to restrict them because the government wanted competition. So what this meant is, for the first time, you could go out and get sales forces without having your independent or your downtown retail agency, where you have human resources problems, where you have rent problems, where you have the rest. You could go out and get into this vast resource of salespeople who may be selling widgets during the day, but at the same time have some travel contacts. Through religious groups, they could get trips to the Holy Land. Through universities, alumni groups, there was always somebody that wanted the free trip and could get everybody else in the alumni association to go to visit or to go to a professional convention. So by opening up the door to what the competitive marketing order requested was innovativeness, that was the word used. This innovativeness brought about large sales forces. And although my tape sets talked about them 20 years ago, we couldn't do it till 85. And once we did, a new era really started in the travel industry. And the old-time travel agent, the one who does hopefully most of everybody's work in here, that they use travel agents, did get a little upset because all of a sudden there was a whole new workforce out there. And people who had daytime jobs were talking somebody else into going on a golfing trip. Were talking somebody else into going on a 4-day cruise to watch the Super Bowl, which is a good one in California, rather than wrecking your house. You know, you get everybody on a cheap Carnival cruise for 4 days. And it was, you know, it was a situation that you made money, you had fun, you remembered it. And filling up rooms, hotel capacity, statistics in the last few months, I think was 50.3. There's half of the rooms empty. Airline seats. It only cost the airline approximately $4 to fill a domestic seat domestically. $1.61 for the piece of rubber chicken, 26 cents for insurance, and $1.28 in fuel. So if the incremental cost was only about $4, the airline industry all of a sudden saw a source that could fill up extra seats. And they would do their promotions, but you still needed somebody to push. So with this, the direct marketing organizations started looking into this. And what Travelmax was a concept that came about saying travel has got to be an easier product to sell than vitamins or water purifiers or other types of products, because you didn't need an inventory. Some of the people who were into Travelmax that I met at these conventions still have garages full of cleansers or so. There wasn't an inventory needed, and the product was so much easier to sell because you went up to somebody and said, do you like to sell or do you like to travel? And everybody's going to say, yeah. You're not going to say, I like to sit in a corner. So by saying yes, you've all of a sudden got this person. It's not like selling insurance where somebody sits next to you on the plane and says, how's your life insurance? And right away you go to sleep. You at least wanted to talk about travel. And through this, by getting people who may not have known everything about travel, but could get bodies to buy travel, it provided a product. And Travelmax came to us and said, help build a travel organization with people who could do tours, people who can do conventions, people who could put together our own tour products and handle leisure sales. And the easiest way to do it was to get these people knowing the basics, and they would be referring travel agents. They would be outside agents, but they would be able to say, the next time you book, here's my card, phone in, and I'll get some credit for it. And if you like the person and you're not used to your own travel agent, it was a way of picking up some business, was the easiest way. Other than that, it was sitting down with a person and talking them into going on a trip. I never
Mr. Alec, let me interrupt for a moment and just because you're talking about teaching the individuals,
Yes.
training them to be travel agents. So if I might approach the witness,
You may.
Your Honor. I think counsel has a copy of the tutorial already. This is defendant's exhibit number 12, Your Honor. It's an extra copy. So, Mr. Alec, was Travelmax the first one in the country to come up with this idea of offering individuals educational materials about the travel industry?
Oh, no.
How long has this been going on?
Well, we've always had travel schools. I taught at some of them, and a travel training program that you go to for, let's say 60 days might cost $3,500, $4,200, $1,800 on sale or something. There's always been education, and there's in junior college, you can go, take a 2-year program where some of it's training.
So if I was interested in a career or just being more knowledgeable about the travel industry, I might enroll in a travel school.
Cheapest way would be if your community college had a course, you would go back to community college.
I might
Up from that, there is different grades of training.
And then when I was done with those type of courses, I might join a travel agency. I could be an inside or an outside travel agent.
That's right. You could still work getting your friends connected with the travel agency, but you'd have to find one that would want your business. They're not always happy with brand new people because there's a training process they still have to do. They can read the book, but they don't want them to mess up on what they say. So there's still more work. It's a more labor intensified body that you have in the industry.
Okay. And apart from the travel schools, which, as you say, can charge up to $3,500 for this type of educational material and course, have there been other organizations that have sold travel tutorials in the box? I guess we might say something similar to Travelmax that predate Travelmax.
I probably was instrumental in starting the first of them, but a number of them have started up. A number of them are copied. Matter of fact, a number of them look very close to probably the dictionary in my official outsides manual. I think a lot of them have read my material and seem to copy it and put it into theirs, but there are a number of them around the country.
And what did
40 of them.
Ones that look where you'd buy something that would contain manuals, cassettes, and other learning materials about being a travel agent?
Yes.
Would you describe that as a viable product to be sold in the market today?
It's been a product. It's always been based around this 495 Mark IV selling. Occasionally somebody will come out and they'll have sales on them or so. But if for the cassette, the tape, and the training material, it's a product that's been used by a number of organizations.
For instance, Mr. Alec, just a couple days ago on the way here, I saw this advertisement in the Wall Street Journal. It says, slash your travel budget, travel as a travel agent. Are you familiar with that company?
I don't usually read the Wall Street Journal, but I know the organization.
Okay. The ad is for some sort of travel tutorial. Am I not correct?
Yes.
Let's see. Does it say the price on here? This would be of the sort that we're talking about, though. This type of a tutorial.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much the Travelmax? You mentioned
This is $4.95 in the paper.
Oh, that's a $4.95,
Yes.
which is and not unusual.
It seems to be the usual price for all of those who have copied all the ones who are on the market.
Okay.
It's the December 96 Rob report.
Okay. And
This one would be 29.
Your Honor, we'd offer exhibit number 14.
So admitted.
I have a similar kind of ad, Mr. Analytic, that comes from the December issue of the Rob report. Looks like another tutorial on travel. This one is $4.75. Would that be similar to the types of ads we would be seeing all over?
I have heard of them. It was kind of a knockoff on a website that's for the travel industry called 10IO, and they had nothing to do with this. I remember phoning at the time.
So had you never heard of Travelmax before this date, and you heard that there was a company called Travelmax offering to the general consuming public a tutorial at $4.70, would that appear to be in line with products that have been long been on the market?
Yes, Travelmax came after a number of other ones who had come up and set that basic price.
Okay. And the product that Travelmax has, you're an expert in the travel industry. Tell me about what you get when I'm interested in the travel industry, interested maybe in becoming an outside travel agent with Travelmax or somebody else. What can I learn?
Number of representatives here
Thank you.
that would love to talk to you after.
Thank you. Not in Kentucky. What could I learn from this this tutorial that, and in particular, that I wouldn't call you up the next day and say I've been swindled?
You would have an understanding that if you wanted to do more and ring more doorbells or see more friends, you could make more money selling travel. If you had basic people that you could bring in, even in your own businesses, somebody works in a business and knows that they can get the business account of all their people, you know you've got enough material and an organization that's going to back you up, especially for commercial. Leisure is a little easy to work with, but when you're bringing your company and you could stall your CEO somewhere with the wrong reservation, you know by learning this, you know the basic languages, you see how to book it, with the company, and you know you have a company behind you that can sell travel and it has enough volume to get decent prices.
In your opinion, as an expert in the travel industry, is this a good and valuable product which stands on its own?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer exhibit number 29, and which is the Rob report, and I would offer exhibit number 12, which is the Travelmax tutorial.
So admitted.
That was 12. Mr. Analytic, some of these companies that have marketed, that I see marketing in the Rob Report and Wall Street Journal, I can't tell whether they are a multi-level marketing companies or not. Can you tell from those articles?
I can't tell from these. GTI, I don't want to get it confused, but I know I've talked to them. I know I've turned down many of the companies that didn't have the type of background of Travelmax.
There's a company, a large company industry called IntelliTravel.
Yes.
And they offer tutorials and book travel. Is that correct?
They're probably the biggest, and I set them up.
Similar to Travelmax.
Yes,
but predating Travelmax by
yes.
a few
They
years.
bought out a company called Worldview, and then IntelliTravel came in and
About
they're
what,
big.
what is their volume? That
They say they're at 100 million now from the papers.
So, would you say that that this method of promoting travel is a viable channel for reaching the American consumer market in selling travel and travel related products?
I think it goes further. I think it's the trend that you're going to see in the industry to have less employees and to have more independent contractors.
Now, the fact that Travelmax, I think, said they had, Mr. Paisley said they had something like 60 inside travel agents.
It's huge.
What does that tell you about whether or not this is a for real travel agency?
It would automatically, within a year and a half, put them in the top 10% of travel agencies in the United States.
At $5 million a month, how many travel agencies are there in the United States?
Oh, we're up now to about 37,000 or so.
And at their current volume,
38,000.
They would be in what percentage?
This $30 million agency would be within the top 10% of 38,000 travel agencies within a year and a half.
Would you say that is a striking success for a young startup travel agency?
Other than in the direct marketing agencies, the couple that are the competitors, I haven't seen that type of growth without buying the business. I buy and sell agencies, and you could buy $100 million worth, but by starting it and getting actual sales without buying volume, it's really almost unprecedented.
This type of business, the business Travelmax is doing, has received a fair amount of press, has it not, in the travel industry itself?
Initially, because travel agents were jealous at NBC press that was not happy to any direct marketing because they feared exactly what happened is that there'd be a lot more agents coming in the industry. But they're now getting press to where within the last couple of weeks, amazing enough, front page of Travel Agent Magazine and 3 pages on the inside, was the first time I've seen the recognition of direct marketing, tutorial sales, agent organizations getting coverage.
So it's getting recognition in the travel industry itself. How big is the travel industry in the United States?
It's number 1 or 2 service industry in the United States. In most countries, it's your number 1 or 2 service industry.
And what does it signify to you that this industry is now paying close attention to outside travel agents and multi-level marketing outside travel agencies as a method of distribution?
The suppliers that I represent now are calling and say, can you give me an introduction to them? Who's handling their Hawaii? Who's handling their Jamaica? Who's handling this? And now that they see the kind of volume where I had to make the calls initially, I'm now getting calls. I see, in the trade press, you're representing Travelmax, who's doing their South American air consolidation or so.
Well, in that regard,
Let me interrupt just 1 second. Can you answer those questions? I mean, do you know individuals for Travelmax that are handling different areas?
I know the suppliers that I've given them to the agency. Yes, part of what I do is I represent a consolidator. You want to go to Argentina or to Buenos Aires, and you're a friend of mine, you phone me up and say, where do I get a cheap ticket? And I'll say, here's the 2 consolidators who have the big deals. You can get 35% off. So these type of consolidators, I am introducing to Travelmax to buy, Travelmax will buy from, so that Travelmax will have better prices because of my connections in the industry. In Hawaii, I represent the Outrigger Hotels. One family owns 28 hotels. There's occupancy there. I'm trying to make a deal that will cut a little better deal for us while we're new, while they're locking us in, and I say, we're going to have this many agents, get us now, while we're growing.
So this company, the Travelmax, would be sought out by established companies in the travel industry.
In the old days, $3-4 million agencies were sought out. Now, if you're a $30 million agency and you're a sales rep for a hotel, do you want to call a $3 million agency or do you want to call a 30? There's only so much time they have, and they'd rather call one on your 10%, your top 10%.
The products that are being brought from these vendors to Travelmax, to their representatives, or either for sale to consumers or for their own personal use, are quality products.
Well, there's price-wise, they're all the way up. They're suppliers who have been in the business long enough to, I think, see a trend and try to get by. They care about filling up their hotels. They care about filling an airplane seat, and revenue yield is something they're interested in.
Travel Weekly is one of the industry's publications.
Yes, it's probably the largest now, probably surpassed Travel Agent.
And Travel Age is one of the industry's major publications.
Travel Weekly just bought Travel Age, so between the two of them, they are certainly in volume. Murdoch had owned them, and this new conglomerate bought up both of them.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what is the mark exhibit, defendant's exhibit number 26. 2 pages to that, and number 25.
I recognized the Travel Weekly article. In it, I had black hair. Here it looks like I'm bald. It was actually a favorable picture, but I recognized the article.
You have hair. Mr. Analik, the article in Travel Weekly, could you just briefly describe that? There's 2 pages there. What is the import of that in this type of a case?
Well, it's fairly new, and it's November '96. It's different than a year ago. A year ago, all of the trade magazines were being hostile, is the only way to say it, to this new concept, because their subscribers are travel agents. And the full-time travel agent who saw this competitive force wasn't too happy about it. Now, probably a year later, you have the first time favorable articles. I mean, this being on the cover within the last month and 3 pages on the inside is something that I wouldn't have thought was going to happen for a few years. And it's already happened where you're getting good stuff. The Travelmax article in Travel Weekly, the same one that's November 4th, that's a very favorable article, which probably would not have happened a year ago.
Conversely, press such as Travelmax receives TRO in Kentucky could be fairly devastating to their business, could it not?
That's always much more exciting than talking about $30 million growth. It's like any other press packages. But it is from a standpoint that suppliers would be scared to deal with them.
This particular action that has been taken against Travelmax not only will prejudice it in the state of Kentucky, it and all of its representatives and customers, but it will also be prejudiced in the United States market.
To the use of the term prejudiced.
Will it be
damaged?
Yeah, we'll.
Triangle.
Yeah.
It's already hurt.
It's hurt.
Already one major airline, one of the biggest airlines, has already come to Travelmax and said, you've got a criminal thing pending over there. Until things clear up, they actually pulled the plate. Delta has pulled the plate, not allowing Travelmax to sell because they've got a criminal action. It's the first time that there's ever been a criminal arrest like this that has ever happened in the United States, to my knowledge.
Did you find that amazing in this situation based on your own experience?
The criminal, yes, I
No,
know.
I'm going to have to object because factually, I don't believe Travelmax nor any of its officers have been charged criminally in this matter. Individual defendants that were participating and recruiting representatives, I believe, have been charged criminally, but not Travelmax.
Defendants are here and named in this lawsuit. It all has a direct bearing on this case.
Well, I mean, I think what he's saying is that Travelmax Inc. or any corporate representative, they have not been indicted. Is that what?
Yes, that's
Is that what you're saying? That
Travelmax is not.
these folks are the independent
The independent
people
representatives have been.
that have been indicted. All right.
But in our individual indictments, it does say.
Your Honor, I believe what the counsel is saying is that even though his testimony may not address particularly Travelmax, there are other individuals who are in the civil case also, who his testimony may be relevant to that, to those individuals, even if it doesn't necessarily apply to Travelmax. So to that end,
I understand what you're saying. I mean, so far what I've heard is that there is a Travelmax corporation that does a lot of bookings and that sort of thing. What I've also heard, or what I believe I'm hearing, is that these independent agents probably don't make a whole lot of money booking flights and things. They can do it, but the money comes from selling the package to someone else. Now, whether that's right or wrong, whether there's a problem with that, they believe it's a pyramid. You believe it's a business opportunity. That's fine. There's no problem with that multi-level,
Your Honor, that's true to this extent. In the end, it is all driven, though, by travel. Even when you look at any of the material, in the end, it is driven by travel. In order to get travel, you've got to have agents out there selling that travel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is driven by travel, and I believe that's what I've heard anyway. But the court is right.
Yeah.
There is a question that the issue is the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not there's value, and I believe there's documents in here to show what the value of that is.
Well, we're still early on,
Correct.
Unfortunately, in the hearing of this case. But
I'll move on, Your Honor.
All right, please do. Thank you.
Just in reference to the last point, Mr. Analik, is there any doubt in your mind that the ultimate future of Travelmax and its distributors is going to be based upon money earned from the booking of travel?
This is what I hope to do with them, because if we can teach them how to get the group rather than the 4 people on the cruise, but how to get their alumni association, how to get their ethnic groups, how to get their senior groups, disability groups or so. By getting those groups, they can make that much more in travel. It doesn't take much more than to book the one person to Disney World or so. So one of the jobs I had was to advertise in Travel Weekly for top travel people who could help make these deals besides myself, but could help train these people how to sell the larger groups. If we can get somebody who works as an accountant in a major firm to get all that travel, then we've got their corporate travel, but then when we send stuff, you stuff it and you put in flyers about cruises and stuff. We hope to sell leisure travel to whatever we pick up on corporate, and every now and then luck out and get a good convention or get a tour on it. But the problem, and I thought of an example with Delta that happened to me an hour ago. I had a 2:45 flight. I've got to give I'm at the Travel Agent Association in Hilton Head this week, and I've got to give a speech tomorrow. So I had a 2:45. So there's a 5:50 on US Air, or there's a 7 o'clock Delta. And I phoned up Travelmax, and I said, just in case, get me the 7 o'clock Delta. And the girl said, don't you remember? We don't have Delta. And I started laughing, which, sick sense of humor, but I said, oops, you better get me on the 550 with US Air. We couldn't today, being a $30 million agency where normally the airline would kiss you on the ear to have your business, I could not have them book my 7 o'clock Delta. I have to buy it at the counter because we don't have plates, and they're holding it until they find out, what this is all about.
And it would be instructive, Mr. Anlick, would it not, if in fact we were talking about a company that had substantial sales of tutorial and could not demonstrate any sales of travel bookings. That would not look good for this company, would it?
I have said in the trade press that I wouldn't represent such an organization, and there are some that I have refused. Unless they're pushing the travel, I can't take my travel industry representation. This is one client. Everybody else is travel. I can't get them upset by doing that. I won't do it.
But a year and a half out of the chute, being in the top 10% of travel bookings in the country, does that tell you something about where this company is going and where its emphasis is, and what is the emphasis of this company?
It tells me that they are serious about travel, or they wouldn't have put the resources in me to build the travel aspect that they're doing.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 25 and 26.
So a minute.
25, Mr. Anlick, an article in Travel Age. I think you indicated one had just bought the other. Travel Age bought Weekly, or Weekly bought Travel Age?
Weekly bought all the Travel Age were three. There were Travel Age West, Travel Age Mid-America, and Travel Age South or East. There were four.
Okay.
And they're combining them, and Travel Weekly now owns this. So this is getting thinner each week.
And the Travel Age article basically announces rather prominently that multi-level comes to travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that the message going through the travel industry?
It's going through it. And I can remember a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when I started with the other ones, how hostile they were. But they've come to recognize it because they make their money selling their magazine to the agents, but getting their ads inside. It's free. No, this is free to the agents, but they make their money from the suppliers, and the suppliers are recognizing that there is this new agency on the horizon.
There's another product that Travelmax has, Mr. Anlick. That's their Getaways package.
Yes.
Six. I think all three of those. Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I think if you give it away, it's okay.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness.
You may.
I'm going to show the witness exhibit number 11.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to exhibits. At least with regard to exhibits 26 and 25. I mean, these are all out-of-court statements, and the witness is simply expressing an opinion as to these statements that are made in these publications.
Your Honor, they're offered for the purpose of showing the interest of the travel industry, the growing interest in this, not only this business, but in this type of business.
As opposed to the content, they're offered to show that there are articles in these publications about these. I would be happy to, I would accept them for that purpose, and I'd be happy. I'm not going to pay any attention to what's written in the articles for purposes of this hearing, although
they're very
just have no way of cross-examining the reliability.
Right,
of what's
I understand
contained
that.
therein. Mr. Anlick is on the stand, and with regard to his article, obviously, we can cross-examine as to the statements made therein.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't note in this one is this little quote here. It's often difficult to tell the difference between a pyramid organization and a legitimate MLM company on its face, which makes me feel a little better about the job that I have.
That's true, Your Honor. That's our job this afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not going to pay attention to what's in there. Your objection is well taken in terms of cross-examining the articles themselves, but just for the purpose of showing that there are articles devoted to this industry, they'll be admitted.
exhibit number 10 as well. The company has a second travel product, which I think is marked as exhibit number 11. Could you describe that product?
The VIP Getaways is a combination of a bunch of bargains. You might see one or two bargains, different destinations in the Sunday travel sections. But what they've done is they've combined them and put everything from RVs to seniors wanting RV type sales to the type of cruises. The romantic cruise brochure, I represent half of these cruise lines. And the Carnival, the Dolphin, the Majesty type of thing, will make a deal because we're doing the promoting for them. So they'll give us a special price. You could probably get this on somebody else's special somewhere else. Because at 30 million, we're not Amex. You know, we're not a $1 billion company. But we're big enough now that if we put it in our packages, they'll give us a deal. And they may do the printing or help us on it. And what this is a combination of a little for everybody, from the Disney World to the cruises to the ski to a hotel package. And it's a good combination of a potpourri of travel bargains.
Okay. And exhibit number 10, is that the company's brochure which describes this particular product?
This 10
Yeah.
VIP. Yeah, it gives the basic associations. It gives you what your basic package is.
This product, am I correct, sells for $470?
Somewhere in there, $470, $495. It's under $500.
Okay. Based on your experience in the travel industry, would you say that the individual who buys that is getting a good value?
It's a better value than all of the similar clubs that are much more money. Because by getting this, you have your package and you take what you want. Some of the others that are a lot more money, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to join something with a promise of bargains, you may be tied into that. This is, you look at it. And if you see maybe two of these things or something you want to do in the next year, you can save enough money by paying the $470. So it's a bargain.
Would you say it's from the standpoint of the travel industry, it's a viable and sellable consumer product?
Yes. It is by something like Travelmax, that's direct sale to a consumer. An agency might not want to sell this because the person could go on this and then not go back to the agency. But a Travelmax would sell something like this because the person who buys it's going to look in it. If they're not going to go skiing, if they're not going to use the hotels, they're not going to buy the package.
Well,
It's not good to somebody who isn't going to be saving money, and they're going to compare some of these things before they buy it. So, from that standpoint, $500 is, a reasonable price.
So, if a Kentucky Travelmax distributor sold this to a consumer, would you say you would have done a good service to that consumer?
If the consumer is going to use any of these and save money, it's a value to the consumer. If a consumer doesn't want to ski, doesn't want an RV, doesn't want anything in here, then they shouldn't buy it.
Your Honor, we would offer exhibits 10 and 11.
Any objection, Mr. Turner?
No objection.
So admitted.
Mr. Analik, you heard some of the earlier testimony in the opening statement about the Dare to Be Great case. Were you here for that?
Yes.
Okay. And the operative, one of the operative statements in the Dare to Be Great case is the product incidental to the opportunity. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, based upon your experience in the travel industry and your expertise in the travel industry, with Travelmax, is the product incidental to the opportunity?
It's not incidental. It is what you're buying. You want to become an outside person. You want to get the training. The tutorial is the product by itself.
Would you say this is a product-driven company?
Using the term of Mr. Paisley, and from what I know of the company, it is a product-driven company, and I think has the easiest product to sell. I think travel will always be easier to sell than vitamins, healthcare, and mops, and the rest of the stuff. It's just an easy product to get new people to sell.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Analik, have you reviewed the Travelmax tape contained in this Travelmax tape, which was Plaintiff's Exhibit 14? Talks about travel opportunity and how much money you
I've seen the tape before I agreed to represent them. They showed me the packages. I reviewed the tapes, and I've seen the tape.
See a statement made in that tape that said effectively this is about telling, not selling.
It's been probably 7 months since I've seen it. I don't recall that statement, sir.
Well, you talked a bit about this is not like selling insurance. It's much easier. I guess the question that I have for you, sir, is why would someone focus their energies and efforts on trying to get people to purchase travel packages from various destinations when apparently they've been convinced that they can make significantly more money on a weekly basis by simply buying the 3 programs, whether they're going to use this or not?
Very good question. The reason they do it is it gets them in the door and gives them a chance of earning travel as everybody else sells travel. I was going down to LA, I spoke at their conference, and from the airport to the LAX Marriott, it's 6-7 minute ride. Dressed in a night suit, nice attaché case, 2 people came up to me on the bus, because obviously I'm a traveler, and tried to get my travel on a 6-7 minute ride. And they didn't know who I was. And I started laughing, and I said, I appreciate you coming up to me, but I don't think you want my travel business. It's usually free comp, or I give somebody a hard time. And then when they saw who I was, they came up to me, and at least we were talking. And they were hoping to get my travel business. And I think your answer is it supplements the travel. Travel agencies now, before deregulation, you could not sell a fanny pack, a suitcase, a map, or anything in your travel agency. You could only sell travel. Now you go into any decent travel agency and they sell everything from videos. They rent videos. They have everything else you need, the plugs for the European, electric or so. This is helping. This is something else that gives them some money, because commissions in the travel by themselves are not the
Not your
greatest.
statement during direct examination that this really only has value if the person plans to use the discount coupons contained therein. Was not that your testimony?
The VIP sold to a user, different than the travel thing. The travel sells to other people. But if you're going to buy this for yourself, you would want to buy it only if you were going to use it for yourself. And you would sell it to somebody else who's not going to buy it if they're not a skier, if they're not going to take these benefits. Nobody's going to pay this kind of money unless that's a user.
Mr. Analik, you were here when the previous witness testified, is that correct?
Yes.
Where that witness stated that roughly 60% of their, of the people that come into Travelmax come in by way of purchasing the tri-pack.
Yes.
The tri-pack includes this package,
Well, they buy 3 products.
3 products, right. Do you have any ideas to the extent to which those 60% of the people are using these discount coupons?
But I have I don't know the statistic, but I have an agreement with Travelmax that, and this is why I gave up the biggest company, that unless they have their travel agents selling travel, I will not have my name attached to it.
Okay.
That is
Well, let me
my
ask you-
agreement with them. So I don't know what percentage it is.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Analik.
But I hope they are all selling travel.
Your qualifications, I think anybody would have to say you're well educated, you've done some great things in travel, but in the process of preparing for this hearing and coming into Kentucky, did you happen to ask Travelmax, well, let me look at your records that relate to Kentucky?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, one question I have, Ms. Analik, you mentioned that you have drafted or worked on producing some of these programs around the country. It seems that everyone that was mentioned here, including Travelmax, happens to be at a price of, what, in Exhibit 29, it's $475. On Exhibit 14, I think it was $495. Any significance to that price? I think with Travelmax it's $400. Would it be an accurate statement that most states that have business opportunity statutes, the threshold is $500?
Yes, that is my understanding. And if I were looking at it, I think the reason you have most of them under it is not conscious parallelism. It's a situation where obviously they are trying to sell something with a product. If they have the others have a real product under the 500. I'm assuming that's why they picked the magic price.
Well,
I'm quite sure they don't phone each other.
Well, if 60% of the people who buy into my program are buying in with a tri-pack, obviously those people are buying in at an amount in excess of $500. Isn't that correct?
No, they're buying an individual product. And I'm
you
not
telling me
the
if I-
direct merchandising, but Travelmax is selling different products. And if they just happen to want each of those, I believe those are individual
Well,
products.
I think they each happen to go to a meeting at which time they are encouraged to buy all 3 products because they can earn significant sums of money, up to $6,750 per week.
I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Foundation on that, Judge.
Your Honor, I think there is a foundation. We've had testimony in the first witness we put on where we've gone through a transcript that was presented. That witness has indicated that, and I think the last witness, who is the financial officer for Travelmax, clearly indicated.
Objections overruled. You may proceed.
Mr. Angelik, is there any reason to believe that people, when they get these 3 packages, they're reselling them to anyone else? What do they do with these after? I mean, what do they do with the tutorials after they've consumed?
The meetings that I've gone to, I haven't even heard this push. I've seen it, I've looked at it, I've helped fill up some of the product, but I've been to meetings where I just happen to be there, or once I was in a hotel somewhere else and I went to a meeting, they didn't know I was in the back, and all I heard was travel. I didn't hear the other because the charity thing is something new. So I have heard.
Have you attended any meetings in Kentucky?
No.
Okay.
I've been here with travel agent groups, but I have not, been to those meetings. But I have heard, and the emphasis, as far as I'm concerned, has been the travel because it is the easiest thing to sell.
Well, if an individual, I really want to go back to this question of you kind of saying these are 3 separate products. If I go to a meeting and I tender a personal check payable to Travelmax for $1,500 to create these business centers, how do you separate that out?
Well, I am an expert on travel. My understanding in the direct marketing is that 3 different products. You could have bought some vitamins at the same time. They're going to have a new computer system. This is the next product. There's a laptop situation where they can go online and be, there are different products.
Isn't this one opportunity?
No, I think
Isn't this an opportunity
is the
to
travel.
earn commissions by getting other people to come in and join the same process?
It's an opportunity for an additional income by selling various products.
Is not it possible with Travelmax to simply focus exclusively on the sale of these 3 products to the exclusion of travel packages?
You wouldn't have me here if that's what the company was doing.
My question is it possible?
Anything's possible, counsel. It's whether it's probable, and I don't think it's probable.
Why not?
Because they are building a travel organization, and they can only do better by building up the volume. 30 million is nice, but they have to be at 100 million to get me the type of prices I want. And the probability is that unless they concentrate on selling the travel, then they're not going to achieve as much in the travel industry as I hope they do.
Exhibit 18. Is that the fax that you sent me yesterday? Take a break. Attempting to find an exhibit here. My exhibits have kind of gotten out of sorts here.
Which one are you looking for?
One that we haven't introduced at this point. It was exhibit number 18. Just a break. Can we have 5 minutes to locate this exhibit?
Well, I was about to take about a 15-minute break. I tell you, what I need the attorneys to do is to also see my secretary about when we're going to resume this after today. I mean, we're not through for the day. We're going to keep going, but she's going to leave before we finish this afternoon. So I'm going to have probably about 3 more hours. We could go on a Monday, but then I don't know how close we're getting. It doesn't seem like we're getting very close yet to finish. You have a plane to catch out.
Well, I don't want to go on the Delta, so I have a 550. I missed my 245, but a 550 on the U.S. Air.
How much more would you have of this witness when we do resume?
I think I just had a few more questions, Your Honor, and I'll be done if I can locate this one exhibit.
All right, then let's take about a 15-minute recess and we'll resume at that time. Okay, we are back on the record. May proceed,
Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the exhibit that's now going before the witness on the basis of hearsay. If you see that document, I think you'll first see, before they hand it to the witness, I'd like the court to see it.
That's it.
This is this came to us by way of a fax. This came to our office in the normal course of business with regard to an inquiry from an individual with regard to activity, although it's in another state. The witness here is from another state. He's testifying about national activities. We think he set a foundation for us to at least ask him a question about whether or not there is an incentive for people to to purchase this getaway package if they don't intend to use these discount coupons. We believe that purpose is because it qualifies them for commissions.
Your Honor, our objection, of course, is that it's hearsay. It is actually being used to prove the truth of what's in here. It is totally 100% a statement by a witness made out of court. And of course, it is something that's being said bad about Travelmax, that person should have to come in here. Their name is on here. They can be called in as a witness.
Sustain.
Thank you.
Your Honor, hey, that,
You want to make it an eval exhibit? Did you want to make it an eval exhibit or something? I mean, do you want to make it an eval exhibit?
no, I think I'll try a different exhibit.
All right, very good.
Judge, there's some writing on here. This is obviously not is this an original that was used?
This was obtained from Mr. and Mrs. Johnson's house when their home was searched as a part of the investigation in this matter.
This document, this size, this proportion.
This size, this proportion, with the writing, etc.
Okay.
Just as it is. Any objection? I'll show you. This is not yet been marked as an exhibit, but I just wanted you to take a look at that, and I have just a couple of brief questions for you.
Yes, counsel.
Now, you mentioned that when we were speaking of the VIP package before the break, that you really didn't see an incentive for an individual to purchase this unless they were planning to use those coupons. Now, I show you a check that was presumably paid by Travelmax to one of the named defendants in this matter. Now, do you notice the red writing?
Yes.
Could you read that, please?
My first week check with Travelmax, July 23rd, 96.
What is the amount on the face of that check?
$5,150.
Okay. Now, if you look in the upper, I guess it would be your upper left-hand corner of that, do you see some writing there, and what is that writing?
It's got ID numbers and it's got amount. I don't know from my standpoint what it refers to.
Right, but there are numbers. Would that correlate to business centers? Is there like an 001, 002, 003?
From my test, from what I heard Mr. Paisley say today, yes.
Okay. Now, would it not be fair to say that an individual who is being solicited may very well purchase this getaway package with no intention to use it, simply to qualify for commissions if a check such as this is being held in front of them saying, this is what you can make in your first week, all you need to do is buy this tri-pack?
Your Honor, I object to that as speculation. First, there's no foundation laid for this document. It's been simply handed to this witness and asked to read. There's no foundation as to what that check's for, who wrote that language on the check, and therefore I object to this witness making speculation about what that check could mean or could be for.
Your Honor, this witness has simply testified that there is one reason and one reason only for a person purchasing this getaway package. We're simply trying to demonstrate that, at least here in Kentucky, there apparently are other reasons for individuals to purchase that. Now, we're getting objections on that point. We can put in a witness who can basically allow us to lay the appropriate foundation. Mr. Johnson is a defendant in
Your
this
Honor,
action.
That's true. And in order to use this document, they will have to call somebody to lay a foundation, although I've got a sneaky feeling, I'm not his attorney, but that Mr. Johnson's attorney is not going to let him take the stand when he is a criminal defendant downstairs. I think he's got a Fifth Amendment privilege there, although I think his counsel would have to speak for him.
I didn't think I would hear from any of those individuals during this hearing, but I think I need to sustain the objection because I do think it calls for speculation on the part of this witness. He's made it clear from his testimony that that he would not be involved with this organization or lend his name to it or work for him if they weren't interested in selling travel. But beyond that, he hasn't reviewed the records in Kentucky. He doesn't know, how if anybody's selling travel here or just selling these packages.
I understand, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I just have a few other questions of the witness. If I could just pose a hypothetical question for you, sir. If I were soliciting you and I presented a check and I told you when I submitted that check to you that this is the amount of money I received by simply selling the tri-pack to others. I received this in 1 week, and the way I got it was buying 3 products: the VIP package, the ITA tutorial, and a charities package. Would you have any incentive to buy in if you felt that you could earn that amount of money in a 1 week period of time?
You're asking me, counsel, and the answer is I won't. Okay. I don't buy lottery tickets. I look at what I buy, and is this a value for what I'm buying? And if I'm going to go skiing and I'm getting 50% off on my skiing, and it costs me X dollars a day, and I've got my kids and I got my wife who sits in the lodge and won't go out, whatever it's going to cost me, if I can get a deal with this, I'll buy coupons or whatever it takes to get a cheaper price. That's the way I buy.
Now, Mr.
Analyst.
Another hypothetical question. If you mentioned in your testimony, in your direct testimony, that you would not do business with certain kinds of companies if the focus was not on ultimately retail sales. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, and I've made statements in the press and before my trade associations that I have to see sales too of travel before I will work with an organization.
Okay. During earlier testimony, were you here when our first witness testified that people were told at the meetings that he attended that there were currently 14,000 Travelmax representatives, and that the goal was to obtain within the next 5 years up to 2 million?
I heard that, yeah.
Okay. If that is happening by way of getting people to buy the tri-pack, would you have any reservations about continuing to do business or representing Travelmax if they requested you to do so?
If I could get 2 million or 1 million or 500,000 travel agents selling travel and would allow me to be in the top 10 rather than the top % of travel agencies, and I would have the power to buy with those 500,000 people, I would represent them, because I think that's where the organization's going, to build itself into one of the most powerful travel organizations, because it's going to have this cheap labor on the streets selling.
Well, now, if that were the case, what happens when you run out of people in the United States? Because ultimately, if you get to 2 million, at the next level, aren't you going to be at roughly 4 million or some other number?
All right, Jack, you could say that about anything. Amway, Shackley, any type of organization.
Well, Your Honor, I think there's a significant difference between Amway and Shackley. In Amway and Shackley, people are compensated on the basis of the sale of a product to an end user consumer. Not necessarily, a product as they describe it here that you intellectually consume. With Amway, commissions are based on the sale of cleaning products. With Shockley, commissions are based on the sale of vitamins?
Your Honor, that misstates. Amway sells 5,000 products and services, among of which are travel clubs, packages, MCI telephone service, many other intangibles. So if Mr. Turner is trying to suggest that merely because this product is different than a product in Amway, and therefore this company's a pyramid. Amway is legal. That is not the right analysis, and he also is misstating basically the product line and the method of operation of those.
Well, we're starting to get into closing arguments a little ahead of time, but I mean, do you have an opinion at all either way about what would occur if we had 4 million?
Funny, they mentioned Amway. I forgot I represented Amway. I set up their travel stuff too. That question, never really came up. We were looking at how to service, how to build the travel. And I hear this, and 2 million times this would be, X million. I'm not the math man, but I'd be happy with $500,000. I'd be thrilled with a couple of 100,000. I would have the power of what I've been saying with a few 100,000. What happens down the end, theoretically, there's running out of people. I don't know. We're not going to run out of travel. We're not going to run out of hotel rooms. And what happens when all those sell is beyond me. I'm trying to get Amway setting up their travel club so that they have a locked-in people. But there are people within Travelmax who I've talked to who seem to have these garages full of crap, or whatever, product, left over. And this is not, it's kind of a joke. At least there's not going to be anything else in my garage I can get my car in now. And that's the difference. So I don't know where it keeps going. And theoretically, I guess you could run out of people, but that's really not my expertise. All I want to do is sell travel.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think I have any further questions.
Can you redirect to this witness?
I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Analek, I represent one of the individual defendants, Mr. McCoy. In your opinion, from what you've seen from Travelmax, does the sale of these travel-related products, the VIP package and the tutorial, do they lead to increased travel bookings and travel through the Travelmax agency?
Everything is travel in here. If you look at it, it has Travelmax's number. When you sell this and you sell 50% off on the ski, how do you get there? You get there by phoning in the last page here, the travel match, here's the different numbers. So everything there is selling travel.
So in your opinion, there is a nexus between the sale of the travel-related product and the travel booking itself and the actual travel occurring?
There's a nexus, but even with the only questionable one maybe is the RV, but then you're selling ground with the RV. So everything in here is connected with travel. There's nothing in this product that's not travel.
Conversely, then, would it be your opinion, sir, that if, to the extent that independent representatives were not permitted to sell the VIP package and the tutorial, that would have a very negative or adverse impact on the amount of travel billings and travel that went through the Travelmax?
That's right, because you could sell them this that has the ski. But if it doesn't have the air, when that same person who bought this wants to use the ski, it gives its PIN number. So you're selling travel, and the person, the outside agent, is making more money because they're selling the travel on it. This has to be used in conjunction with travel, and the only minimal one is probably the RV, and even that buys some ground.
Would your analysis be the same for the tutorial package that you spoke about earlier? That the sale of that would promote travel and travel bookings?
And it would promote travel bookings and would be easier downline because everybody travels, everybody talks about their travel. You don't talk about the vitamins, you talk about travel. And it is easier to sell travel because you're hearing somebody else's travel patterns. Oh, hey, great cruise. How much did that cost? Funny you should mention it. What do I have for you over there? So you're able, whenever you distribute the pictures of your cruise with the costume night, you're possibly picking up somebody else to sell travel to who may be a candidate for this.
Just one final question. Mr. Turner asked you a question about whether it was possible, I think the question was in your mind, to say that someone would be paying more than $500 for some of these products if they bought them all at once. Do you recall that general question, sir?
I remember him asking me possible, yes.
Okay, you're an attorney. You may not have reviewed the Kentucky Business Opportunity Law, but it states that there must be a required consideration of $500. From what you've seen of this program, is there a requirement that anybody purchase any product over $500?
Yeah, I'm gonna
$25.
question the characterization of required investment. I don't.
I'm
believe
not
that's-
characterizing the thing, Your Honor. I can show them the statute. It says required.
An initial required investment.
Required.
And
That's all the questions that I have.
The only requirement I know is that the $25 initially, you don't have to buy any of the others.
That's all the questions.
The statute will speak for itself. I'll take a look at it. Do you have any more questions of this witness, Mr. Turner?
No, I do not, John.
All right, you may step down.
I didn't have to take the Delta. I'm going to get on my US Air. Thank you.
All right. Next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Charles King.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You may proceed.
Dr. King, where do you reside?
Chicago, Illinois, the suburb of Wheaton.
Okay, and what is the doctor association with?
Doctor in marketing from Harvard University in 1964.
Okay. Dr. King, could you briefly give the court your educational background?
I received my bachelor's and master's degrees in the 1950s in marketing from the University of Texas in Austin. I then worked with corporate America for a number of years, decided to return to academic life, went to Harvard and got my doctorate, and then left there and went to Purdue University and was on the faculty in the Krannert Graduate School of Management for 17 years. In the course of that, I attended a number of universities on sabbatical leave and research, etc., returned and ultimately moved to the University of Illinois at Chicago, where I now reside since 1980.
Okay. And at the University of Illinois at Chicago, your position is that of what?
Professor of marketing.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you teach both in the undergraduate and graduate school?
I do.
And could you, Dr. King, have you published in the field of marketing or business?
Yes, I have. In the course of my career development, I am currently an activist in the field of market positioning and strategic planning, which has led me into the field of network marketing.
Okay. Have you, during the course of your career, advised Fortune 500 companies?
Yes, I have.
And could you give us some examples?
I maintain an active consulting practice since 1964 in the general area of marketing management, and more recently have moved into the areas of strategic planning and market positioning. And I've essentially consulted for 30 years with companies ranging from General Motors to General Electric to Westinghouse to all of the major corporations that have a marketing interest. And more recently, I have moved into the general arena of small to medium-sized businesses on the grounds that that's where the major growth is now at work, given the downsizing in corporate America.
Would you call a company such as Travelmax a small to medium-sized business?
Exactly.
In comparison to a General Motors?
Yes.
Have you been involved in mergers, acquisitions over the years?
Yes, I consult with a large number of venture capital companies, have been working with them for about 20 years, and my role there is to evaluate new ventures, take new ventures from startup through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 financing, and assess their growth potential. And so in that framework, I applied that same model, the approach we use in evaluating Travelmax.
So in looking at companies, would you say that you've developed expertise in analyzing the viability and seriousness of a business?
Yes.
Have you acted in the past as an expert witness in the area of marketing,
I have,
in the area of network marketing?
yes.
Could you explain to the court how you developed an interest in the area of network marketing?
In 1990-91, we had a major recession in the Midwest and particularly in Chicago. And as a result, many of our students were graduating and not being interviewed. Our alumni were coming back to us victims of downsizing in that first round of downsizing. And suddenly we were faced as a public institution with unemployed students, a very politically vulnerable posture. So the end result was my dean came to me because of my outreach experience and asked, were there other career alternatives to replace traditional business? And so I went out into the market and started looking. I looked at starting your own business. I looked at the home-based business alternative from stamping envelopes to desktop publishing. I then moved from there into franchising, moved from franchising into direct selling. In that arena, I found network marketing. Now, I was extremely skeptical. Being a Harvard graduate in this industry, it is rumored that they teach network marketing at the Harvard Business School. That is a classic industry lie. They do not. The end result was that I came out of that Harvard environment with no background in network marketing whatsoever. So when I ran across network marketing, I was immediately cynical and skeptical. And my students who were working with me on this search process challenged me and said, why are you so negative on network marketing? And my response was, I'm not negative on network marketing. I just don't know anything about it. Whereupon one of my students said, let's go to the library and learn. I then turned back to him and said, I know enough to know, I don't want to know any more. And he said, based on what? Well, I had known a number of network marketing companies in the South during my youth. They sold shoe polish and soaps, etc. Good companies, but not companies that I felt our graduates should be working through after 4 or 5 years and thousands of dollars of education. So I had a negative attitude. The student challenged me and he said, Professor, if I gave you that answer based on no more information than you have, you'd give me an F. And that was confrontation. Now, the student got my attention because I thought I had a mastery on information. The end result was that we went back to the drawing boards. 6 months later, we had done due diligence. I had looked at the major companies. I became an evangelist. We started teaching network marketing at the University of Illinois in 1991 in our curriculum. And subsequently, we started running the first seminar for our network marketing practitioners in the world. And that seminar has now been run 6 times since 1994. We've graduated 600 participants. We're now taking that seminar to Asia in the spring. And we've established a new bench line for professionalism in the industry.
And that seminar at University of Illinois has some accreditation.
Yes,
through
it's a
the University of
certification seminar sponsored by the university.
Over the last several years, since your interest in network marketing, have you conducted interviews with individuals involved in this type of industry?
We have interviewed over 5,000 people over that 5-year period. And the issue has been to develop an information base and a thorough understanding because we have to justify the university's involvement in this program on an ongoing basis because the country is uninformed and skeptical. Why is a major institution like the University of Illinois at Chicago supporting this scam operation? Well, that's a naive posture, and our responsibility to the market is to prove that in a documented way, not evangelistically, that's irrelevant, but to document it academically and intellectually that this is a legitimate business venture, and I stay on the market routinely to make that point. And when we sell a seminar seat in our seminars, we typically will be talking to 5, 10, 15 people for every one of the attendees we admit.
And have you studied many of the companies in the network marketing industry?
I try to stay abreast of all of them, but all of the majors we've looked at in some depth.
And would you say that you've developed expertise from a marketing standpoint and an academic standpoint as to the criteria that constitute valid, legitimate companies,
I think I have, yes.
as opposed to illegitimate pyramid recruitment schemes?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Two sections to it, Your Honor. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. King, I'm going to hand you a document. You would identify it, please.
This is my set of credentials, document 15, biographical sketch of Charles W. King. And in this document are several subparts. The first piece is a short biographical sketch, which I give to clients or people who inquire. The second piece deals directly with the introduction to the UIC Certificate Seminar in Network Marketing, outlining our educational package. The third piece is the brochure we use in promoting that seminar. The fourth piece has to do with development of a network marketing institute at the University of Illinois, a proposal I made in March of this year, which has now been approved by the university as being funded. And we are launching that program to make the university an information clearinghouse for the industry, totally independent of the regulators, of the trade association, et cetera. And the last document is my traditional academic curriculum vitae, which gives the usual content that we would submit to the courts.
Your Honor, we would offer Dr. King as an expert witness.
Any questions of this witness, voir dire this witness, Mr. Turner?
No, I have no questions at this point.
Your Honor,
Cross-examination.
we would offer exhibit number 15.
So admitted.
Dr. King, could you give a brief overview of the extent of what we've been referring to as the network marketing or direct selling industry in the United States or abroad?
At the outset, we have to define terms, and people who aren't close to the industry are frequently confused. Point one, direct selling is a process by which we have one-on-one sales, persuasion, and communication. Direct selling is the broad umbrella under which all one-on-one sales interaction is housed. Now, within direct selling, and direct selling is roughly an $18 to $19 billion industry. Within the direct selling umbrella, there is a subcategory that we call network marketing. Now, network marketing, as we're describing it here, the Amways, the New Skin Internationals, the Shackleys, the Travelmax organization, that is a different kind of one-on-one networking because we use word-of-mouth communication in a very interpersonal way, not through the normal insurance sales or encyclopedia door-to-door sales, but really through personal sharing. And that's characterized also by the notion of a multi-level sales organization. That's where the word MLM came, a multi-level marketing structure.
Dr. King, excuse me for a moment. Earlier, Mr. Turner seemed to make a point regarding a statement I think he was referencing in a video that talked about network marketing as being telling, not selling. Would that have some significance to you?
The industry is frequently called sharing selling in contrast to hardball selling, sharing marketing, marketing to friends, communicating. That's a common theme in the industry because we emphasize, given the one-on-one interpersonal relationship, that we are not in the hardball selling business. We're in the business of sharing ideas and information. People accept or reject, but we don't hardball sell.
Are most network marketers doing this part-time?
Yes.
About what percentage do this part-time?
The number is changing as we speak because of increasing numbers of professionals moving into the industry. but the Direct Selling Association will say as much as 75%, maybe more. I would say that number is decreasing, but the point is, it has historically been a part-time business.
The Honor may approach the witness.
May.
You mentioned the Direct Selling Association.
Yes.
What is that organization?
The Direct Selling Association is the professional trade group that represents the direct selling industry, and this is a fact sheet that they produce.
How many such trade organizations are there in the United States?
There are two primary ones. The Direct Selling Association is the dominant one. The second one is the MLMIA, which is the Multi-Level Marketing International Association, and that is much more specific to the network marketing sector.
Okay, and DSA located in Washington, D.C.
Correct.
And MLMIA located in
California.
California. And what could you identify exhibit number 16?
Number 16, I see it. A fact sheet, 1996 Direct Selling Industry-Wide Growth and Outlook Survey.
And does this document represent, to your knowledge, an overview of this industry?
The overview of both direct selling and network marketing. Now, again, I reemphasize that of that 17.9 billion listed here, a smaller percentage of that is in fact network marketing.
Okay. The DSA this would not track the sales of pyramid schemes, I assume.
No. Well, it depends. If they can get into the Direct Selling Association as a pyramid, they would be included potentially. But the purpose of the Direct Selling Association is to establish a code of ethics that would suggest that they would not be allowed admitted. So in answer to Mr. Turner's question, potentially it would not include pyramid companies.
Although you're aware, as late as 1975, the Federal Trade Commission was labeling the Amway Corporation as a pyramid.
Correct.
And they were subsequently found to be a legitimate direct selling company based
Organization.
on a variety of criteria that we'll be asking you about. Your Honor, we'd offer exhibit number 16.
Any objection?
I have no objections to this, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Dr. King, could you briefly explain how the typical multi-level marketing or network marketing, can we use those somewhat synonymously, company, how does the opportunity and the sales and marketing work?
Would you be more specific?
Yeah,
please?
okay. Let's in the typical multi-level marketing company, an individual would join the company, and what would be required of that individual when they joined the company?
Typically, the individual would join and would pay a minimal registration fee. In the Travelmax context, we're talking about $25. That is typically considered a nonprofit price, a break-even, which covers administrative costs for registration, getting minimal materials to the registrant.
So typical, if I were to join Amway, Mary Kay, Shackley, or Travelmax, I would be required to buy some sort of a sales kit, something that would look like this.
Yes,
That might be in the $25 range.
that's correct.
Okay. The idea being that it would not be a profit-making aspect of the company.
Yes,
Companies do not pay commissions on the sale of a sales kit. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And nor does Travelmax. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when I joined the company, of course, can we talk about the different types of marketing plans? For instance, Amway and Shackley have been often referred to as a stair-step breakaway plan.
Yes.
What would we mean by that?
In terms of the stair-step breakaway program, what you do is invest and build your organization, and as you build that organization, you increase your commission rate based on the levels of the organization that you built. That's typically characterized by a lot of hard work on the front end to build an organization, And then over time, that organization begins to take shape and it grows. And your sales volume moving through the organization does in fact increase. The breakaway concept says that as your downline builds its capability and reaches certain volumes, they spin off and become independent businesses in and of themselves. You still get a commission on them, but they are now running as independent operations because you have effectively trained them to perform.
And would it be fair to say that you move up through the program? In each of these programs, you move through the program, you move up the ladder, or you might be getting an increased discount on your purchases or a higher commission on your downline based upon your own personal volume and the group volume of your downline.
Yes.
So is it true that there would be an incentive in every direct selling company, whether it be Amway, Shackley, Mary Kay, Avon, Tupperware, or Travelmax, to achieve a higher sales volume, both personally and group?
Yes.
And do you find anything wrong with that?
Absolutely not. I think we have to put network marketing in perspective. The reality is that network marketing has 3 dimensions in the product movement. Number one, there's the personal use of the product by each of us as consumers. Number 2, there's in the retail/wholesale proposition of moving the product, and I think we have a wholesale product represented here. Then thirdly, if you're going to build a significant income, you're really going to have to build a sales organization under you. And then if you build a large organization, you're going to have several sales organizations. So the issue is that network marketing offers 3 different options for income. Personal consumption at a reduced rate. That's the first, because you're getting the discount. Number 2, the opportunity to wholesale a retail product to your friends, family, to anyone, and get a wholesale retail spread. Number 3, to ultimately build a sales organization. Now, everyone in this industry does not build a sales organization. Many people merely buy the product for their own personal consumption. In the vitamin sector, in the Amway catalog buy, these people frequently just buy for their own consumption. They never intend to do anything more, but they get the product at a 30-40% discount. So they're happy wholesale buyers. Or we buy to sell it at retail, or we get aggressive. A small percentage of the population gets aggressive and builds an organization.
In the Kentucky Pyramid Statute, there's a specific exemption under the term compensation for purchases for actual use or consumption by distributors. Does that surprise you that sort of acknowledgement would be made in the Kentucky statute?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. King, I'm going to be handing you some compensation plans.
All right.
Exhibit number 9 is the plan of Travelmax. Exhibit number 17, plan of Mary Kay Cosmetics.
Yes.
Exhibit number 18, plan of Shackley.
Yes.
Exhibit number 19 is plan of Amway.
Yes.
Thank Dr. King with exhibit number 19. this should go with it, which is directly from the Amway manual, the Amway 70% rule.
Yes.
Dr. King, you're familiar with these compensation plans?
Yes,
None of them are identical. Is that correct?
exactly.
There's probably no plan in the direct selling industry that is identical one to the other.
That's correct.
But what I'd like to ask is, do you see common components in all of these plans?
Yes.
And what would you describe as a common to all of these plans in terms of how they work?
I think the number one issue is that product or service must be moved as the primary basis for compensation. That's the first point. Then each of the plans rewards in a somewhat different way based on performance by the individual distributor. But I emphasize that the important thing which separates these plans from the pyramid scheme concept is that a definitive product or service does move, which has a value-added equation to it. So when you're buying Amway, when you're buying Shackley vitamins, when you're buying Travelmax, you're clearly getting a value-added component in contrast to the pyramid scheme from which there is derived no value-added.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 9, Exhibit 17, 18, and 19.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I don't read quite fast.
Fast?
To get through.
I'll conditionally admit them if you see
18,
something.
19, I really would like to review them, but I'm not sure that I'll have any objections.
Well, I'll conditionally admit them, and if you review them and have an objection at a later time, then we'll take that up.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
in the Mary Kay plan, for instance, Dr. King, as you move up through the ranks, you move up by buying an increasing amount.
Yes.
Of course, this company and other companies like this have what is called a 70% rule. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does Travelmax have a 70% rule?
Yes.
What is the 70% rule?
In my understanding from the compensation plan, the Travelmax organization, the distributor, the travel agent, is not allowed to continue to buy unless they are in fact selling 70% of their purchased inventory.
And in the Amway 70% rule, that can be either product, it has to be product which has made its way to the end consumer, which could be either the personal or actual use by a distributor of a product or the sale to a non-participant.
That's true.
Correct.
That's correct.
Dr. King, you were asked to be an expert witness in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you, how long ago were you requested to be an expert witness?
Oh, approximately 6 months ago, perhaps.
6 months
Four,
ago?
4 months ago, 3 months ago. I don't recall. You called me and said, could I help? It was shortly after this issue developed.
It was shortly after the restraining order was
Yes.
entered.
Yes.
In October.
October, yes.
October.
Exactly.
And Dr. King, did you have any prior business or other relationship with Travelmax before taking on this engagement?
No.
And what was your mandate?
When you call me, your request was, would you investigate this company in terms of its legitimacy as an ongoing business? Now, my relationship in the past has been to explore companies like this from the perspective of the venture capital analysis. Where does this company stand in comparison with other legitimate, either startup or second or third phase growth companies? How is it organized? What are the critical variables? And I have a format, a procedure, a model that I use.
Okay. And could you explain to the court what your investigation consisted of?
Specifically, I was sent some basic information descriptive of the Travelmax program and their compensation plan and their historical development. I was also sent material about their recent entry into the stock market. I then was invited to visit the Travelmax headquarters in California, which I did, visited there with both the key executives and with the operatives in the business. I then moved from there and went to a major regional meeting in Dallas and saw the company actually conducting a business opportunity, business briefing meeting, and subsequently a detailed training program. And then I went on from there to interview approximately 25 people who were distributors, independent travel agents with the organization. And I attended that meeting in Dallas incognito. I went there effectively not as Professor King or as an expert witness, but really as a potential prospect to be recruited into the Travelmax program as an independent travel agent. And so I was in the audience as what we call live meat in the business, as the pyramid people talk. So the bottom line, I was there for the purpose of getting information and learning about the company exactly as this company operates in real time, because I virtually was unidentified.
How much time did you spend at the company headquarters?
2 days.
And tell me about the types of interviews and investigation you did at the company headquarters.
I interviewed with the chief executive officer. I then interviewed with Mr. Paisley. I then moved from there and talked with Mr. Prescott. I moved from there and talked with the other operatives in the company at the level of actual activity. My experience has been, having done this a number of times in non-MLM environments, that you can talk to the executive staff and you tend to get the corporate line. But when you drop the next level down and start talking to the operatives actually doing the work, you end up getting a different perspective. And so from my vantage point, when I finished, I thought I had spent in the course of that time a very productive period of time, and I collected a lot of information.
Okay. Could you describe basically through your eyes, what did you see at this company?
Let me start with my categories of information. The first thing I always like to do is look at the market potential, the market niche the company is trying to occupy. Because as a marketeer, in my opinion, that's the platform on which the entire company must build. And I looked at this industry and said, what are they really trying to sell? How are they trying to position? And they are clearly in this dramatically growing travel market. And this periodically estimated at 3.4 multiple trillions of dollars or whatever is the number. It varies, but depending on the analyst. Then we turn from there and talk about the growth rate. It's said to be a 9% growth rate. That's a big market. Now the question is, how does the company position itself? And when I began to look, it was quite clear to me that this company has one primary product. There's been a lot of discussion of product here. My conclusion is that the only way this company will survive is to, in fact, move product through the travel industry. The distributor force, this independent travel agent, is nothing more than a sales representative to move product that is service purchased back to Travelmax, California. And that's my theme line. So as I began to look at this process, I said, how are they doing? Now, the thing that amazed me was, if once I define the market and I define their clear position, then I look and see the products they're using to accomplish this. And the products are really designed, as I interpret this, to facilitate the development of that sales organization, the independent travel agent. And that's the way I saw it. And as I look at the three products that have been discussed here all afternoon, I strongly believe that they are very instrumental in building the capability of the agent on the one side. On the other hand, they also represent wholesale buying opportunity, sales opportunity in the marketplace in concert with vitamins being sold by New Skin International to their distributors for personal consumption, or for Amway selling household products to their distributors.
From the standpoint of a marketing professor and a consultant to major business, what observations did you have about the systems that you saw in place at the company?
Before I go there, let me take the next step. After I look at the market and I look at the product positioning approach, again, Travelmax being positioned as a supplier, a leading edge, high technology supplier of product, service, tourism, I then take the next question and ask, what does the company look like managerially? Now, I have evaluated hundreds of companies with venture capitalists, many good ideas, many good concepts, but the organizations fail because they simply don't have the management team or the philosophy in place. I went through that company very carefully looking at the top managers, and we look at the CEO, Albertson, and he is in fact a historical entrepreneur in the financial management area, financial services, a young man with a bright creative perspective who saw travel as an outstanding diversification opportunity for his personal portfolio. So he didn't jump into this as some successful con man in some pyramid. He systematically picked this arena as an opportunity where he could build a business. I looked at the number two man, and you saw Mr. Paisley discuss the company, a man of high integrity with a substantial amount of experience, dramatically different from the CEO, coming with a financial background. Now, it turns out the gentleman who built in a systematic block by block way, Leo Prescott, was formerly a leading NSA distributor in the air filtration side, a leading network marketing company in that technology. He left there and became president of Rexall Showcase, and during his tour for 2 years as president of Rexall Showcase, took that company to new standards of performance. And then he left Rexall Showcase and moved to Travelmax to build a platform in network marketing for this organization. Again, the CEO had no expertise in network marketing. It turns out that, of course, the financial officer didn't, and Leo Prescott did.
That would be Lou Prescott.
Lou did, and he proceeded to build the framework. Now, in the course of time, another gentleman was added.
Excuse me, Dr. King. Mr. Prescott came from a company called Rexall.
Rexall Showcase.
Associated with the Rexall drugs that we see everywhere.
Rexall, a subdivision of the Rexall International organization.
And he was a president of that direct selling company.
Yes, a network marketing organization that's been setting new records. I think they're doing about 150 million this year.
Okay.
Now, from there, we saw this organization develop. Now, there came in with Lou Prescott. He would build the strategic posture for the company. And again, I'm doing this based on historical analysis, visiting on site, knowing something about Prescott's background in the industry. He would build a framework for network marketing within the company and would go outside and bring in other people to fortify. And it turns out that Mr. Guest, who is in fact the operational sales manager for the distributor organization, is himself a successful network marketing practitioner in the field. And it turns out then that we added Mr. Lee Papier, who was a friend of the ownership, but he brings another perspective from financial New York, and now he is in charge and taking a very active role in training and dealer relations. And in fact, Mr. Papier was in charge of the meeting in Dallas, and I saw that develop. So from my vantage point, we saw a unique management team with high technology, bringing in the right kinds of people to do the job. And I was very impressed with the chemistry and the culture that that group had built. Now, when you drop down to the operational level, you have a lot of bright, creative young people who are really dedicated to building the organization. Now, with that, let's turn to the next step. From the management team, I now turn and ask, is there a strategic direction for the company? Now, so often, will have good ideas, good product concepts, good management team, but they never build a business plan. They never build a strategic operation, a direction. The first question I asked when I arrived with Paisley was, do you have a business plan? And after scurrying, he found the business plan. He had it. It was a strategic statement. It defined the mission, the vision, the target market, the direction the company was going. I was impressed that a company at that early hour had gone that far, because I didn't expect to find one at all. This is very rare for a company that's been in the industry only a year to have a strategic business plan well tracked out. But once I looked at it, I realized that this fit, because the company, after only a few months as an operating organization, had already gone public. They had filed an IPO. Now that's meaningful. It's meaningful to the court. It's meaningful to the audience from the perspective that that is a high risk venture. New Skin International, after 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, just introduced their first IPO this past week. This company, impressed me, invested the financial resources to set that in motion, the risk to set that in motion, because now they're under heavy scrutiny by the Securities Exchange Commission, and they got going much faster than most companies. In fact, if you look at the roughly 20 companies that are now on the New York Stock Exchange or on NASDAQ, they are among the youngest, 2 or 3. And so I was very impressed that they had taken that strategic plan, parlayed it into an IPO, and so the end product was they were on the stock market almost much faster than I would have forecast. So I was pleased at that. Now, as I'm giving all these accolades to this company, let's pause and look back. I found the Achilles heel being one that's fixable. They are suffering from the basic problem that every young startup company faces, and that is keeping up with the growth curve. This company has, in a year's time, gone from 0 to this organization we're describing doing $5 million a month in travel service, and they're running in front of the train. This is commonplace for companies like this. The real question that separates the successful ones from the unsuccessful ones, can they keep up the pace? And so I then begin to ask the question from the next category, let's look and see, what is the infrastructure of the organization really like? Are they building to stay in front of the growth curve? What so often happens in the network marketing industry is that companies will go into that rapid growth. They suddenly lose control. The management team is so preoccupied with the day-to-day answering of the phone that they don't make the right kind of infrastructure investment in manpower and technology. And the end result is they go bankrupt. Even with incoming checks of several $1 million a month, they will virtually go bankrupt because they can't open the mail. I had one company for whom I was consulting who had a temporary restraining order filed against the organization because of complaints from the field. And when the officials went in and closed the doors, they found over $2 million in cash, checks, and credit cards in a file drawer that simply hadn't been opened because they didn't have time. They were too busy answering the phone. And when I asked the owner, I said, why didn't you hire manpower? And he said, Professor, I wish you had called me 2 months ago. I didn't have time. And therein lies the threat. And I asked the question as I stood there, is this company preparing itself for, in fact, the long run? What are the criteria? I'm not selling this organization. I'm descriptively telling you the tale. When I looked, and this is critical, they were suffering from organizational pain. They had 100+ people and suddenly had brought in their human resource lady only 8 weeks before I got there. Now, she had taken control. She had begun to put the place together. But that's a year after getting organized. I look at the physical plant. They're virtually tearing walls out as we speak. I'm interviewing in a coffee room as the workers are building. New computers are being added. We heard that story this morning from the CEO. or CFO. It's all going on parallel to running the business. Now, the risk is that if they stumble, they lose fulfillment. But so far, they haven't stumbled. Now, as I look down the line, I see step after step where they're doing the right things, but on the other hand, they have to stay very focused. Let's look at the MIS. If they don't maintain a strong information system in this industry, it is now high technology. If they don't maintain that technology, they will lose their power.
Dr. King, let me ask you about, let's get out into the field, out of the company. And these types of organizations, I think we indicated there's direct selling companies in the United States have over 7 million distributors.
Correct.
Which means that there are legions of independent dealers, distributors, representatives wandering around representing Amway, Mary Kay, Shackley, Travelmax.
Right.
What problems do you see in such organizations with respect to unauthorized presentations or unauthorized representations by such distributors, and what do companies do about it?
Two issues on the table. Number one, we have the problem of training distributors in the first place. It's imperative that those distributors be trained to deal appropriately in the market to avoid misstatements, exaggerations, false income claims, to understand what the storyboard is.
And what did you observe with respect to Travelmax in that arena?
I attended this Dallas meeting and I was very, very impressed. What they have done is to essentially take a concept that had been developed by several other organizations, in fact, organizations which Prescott had served, and that is to identify effective training capability. That is to put together a standardized training format, then make that available and encourage their distributors to learn that, standardize on it, and thereby try to exact more control and bring in corporates like Lee to do that. And when he was holding the meeting together in Dallas, he was absolutely the orchestration specialist in controlling and directing, and that was coming out of corporate headquarters.
Did you do an analysis, any sort of analysis as to whether or not this company has a compliance department? For instance, let's say there were some problems in the state of Kentucky, and the state of Kentucky had called Travelmax and said, we have a problem here. What would have been your expectation based on your review of their compliance department?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
If the question is, do they have somebody who handles those kinds of
Yes.
complaints?
The purpose,
I'll allow that.
Question.
Okay, Dr. King, tell us what you know about their compliance department and procedures.
let me roll into that as an introduction too. I have looked at a number of companies in the MLM sector, and one of the first questions to ask is, do they have a procedures and policy manual? I look at that as they go into the operation in the compliance sector. And yes, they did have a very updated procedures and policies manual, which doesn't surprise me. They have an outstanding in-house lawyer. They have Mr. Babner representing the industry perspective, and they have outstanding software people. So putting together that policies and procedures manual was appropriate. Now the question comes, did they in fact have an enforcement organization?
Well,
That's
before we
compliance.
go on, why don't we identify the policies and procedures
All right.
manual that you're referencing? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. King, is it usual in this industry that a company, a direct selling company, will provide in its sales kit policies and procedures and documentation in its distributor agreement which basically regulates and sets forth ethical standards by distributors?
Yes,
You would find that with Amway and Mary Kay and Shackley.
yes,
Did you find that with Travelmax as well?
yes,
Did you find the ethical procedures and pronouncements and guidelines to be quite detailed in the Travelmax distributor agreement and policies and procedures?
yes.
I'm going to hand you, Dr. King, what has been marked as exhibits 2 and 3. Would you identify exhibits 2 and 3?
Exhibit 3 is in fact a copy of the Travelmax Policies and Procedures Manual, and of course, Exhibit 2 is the sign-up form for the independent representative.
Okay.
Application and agreement.
These were documents that you would have reviewed from the
Yes.
company in the course of your review.
Yes.
And did you find within those, Your Honor, we would offer, this would be exhibits 2 and 3.
So admitted.
Did you find within these documents a rather extensive procedures and ethical guidelines for distributors?
Yes, I thought they were very comprehensive.
In what sorts of areas did you find guidelines? What sorts of subject areas?
I think we talked about the entire array of travel agent behavior. The particular areas that are concerned here in terms of income claims, incomes of false assertions, I thought that was all well documented and has been highlighted before the court.
For sake of simplicity, Dr. King, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 4, in which we've culled out from the distributor agreement and policies specific ethics points. All this material is from the
Yes.
distributor agreement and policies. Let me just turn to a few points. These are points I think you would expect to see in any legitimate direct selling company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, and in the analysis that you've read many court cases on direct selling, differentiating pyramids from legitimate direct selling companies. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've read the Dare to Be Great case in the state of Kentucky.
Yes.
You're familiar in that case that the operative language is the product merely incidental to the opportunity.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the facts of that case.
Yes.
The points that are made here, Dr. King, maybe you could elaborate briefly why they would be significant in both guidelines and practice for a direct selling company with respect to the issue of legitimacy versus pyramid scheme. Number one, no investment at cost sales kit. What is the significance of that?
These major criteria, of course, come from the original Amway cases. And the 1974-1979 litigation defined this. The objective being that we should not be making, point number one, no investment at cost sales kit. The company agrees to not make a profit on the sales support program to give the distributor maximum flexibility. No inventory requirement.
Well, Dr. King, in the opening statement, a comment was made that no less than 6 times in the company's distributor agreement and policies was it mentioned that there was no purchase required to be a distributor and to be in this program other than the purchase of a $25 at-cost sales kit.
Yes.
As a marketing professor, a student of consumer behavior, is it your opinion that Travelmax adequately informs its prospective distributors that there is no purchase requirement other than the purchase of an at-cost sales kit?
Yes.
The second point, no inventory requirement. I assume that would be along the same lines?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see in the company's materials, point 3, did you see in their policies and distributor agreement requirements that distributors place an emphasis on retailing products to the ultimate consumer?
Yes.
Company, point number 4, Dr. King, the company has adopted am I correct, a 100% 30-day buyback policy on any product inventory purchase. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a 90% one-year policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that policy comport with the standards adopted by member companies of the Direct Selling Association, including Amway, Mary Kay, Shackley, Tupperware, Avon, Herbalife?
It does.
As a matter of fact, a 100% 30-day policy probably exceeds the standards of the Direct Selling Association. Is that correct?
I believe so.
You commented earlier as to point number 5 that the company had adopted the famous Amway 70% rule.
Yes.
And there are some annotations here. Is the purpose of this to avoid stockpiling and front loading, garage loading of
Yes.
a company?
Yes.
Okay. And was this one of the elements in 1979 when the Federal Trade Commission ruled that Amway was a legitimate direct selling company and not an illegitimate pyramid? Was the 70% rule and the buyback policy, were they elements of the approval by the Federal Trade Commission?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is the 1979 FTC Amway decision perhaps the most frequently quoted decision in the United States?
Yes.
And the so-called Amway safeguards, do you find them in the Travelmax program?
I do.
Okay. Paragraph or point number 6, supervisory responsibilities. What would be the function of a company asking its distributors to pay attention to their downlines?
The reality is, particularly in a rapid growth situation, the company simply cannot control distributor behavior. Additionally, because of the independent contractor rule, they are not allowed to, by law, overtly control their behavior. So we set forth expectations that the upline will train and manage as much as practical the downline. This becomes one of the big problems in this industry, both on the one side educating, as I mentioned at the outset, and on the other hand, making sure that the upline manages the downline. So that supervisory responsibility emphasis is very, very appropriate in this case.
And point number 7, no false earnings claims. Did you see that appear repetitively through the distributor agreement and policies and procedures of this company?
Yes, I did.
Did you find yourself any evidence in the Travelmax marketing materials or documentation of false earnings representations, projections, hypothetical earnings representations?
I did not.
Can you understand how that could happen, though, in the field of a direct selling company?
It happens all the time with other companies. And the reason is because the distributors get very aggressive, and they're trying to make their sales, and they're trying to be essentially enthusiastic. And in the course of that, they overstep the boundaries.
And for that reason, Dr. King, did you inquire as to whether or not there was any sort of compliance procedure or assistance to deal with distributor activity in the field?
I did. I discussed this extensively with Mr. Martz when I was there at headquarters, and he had me conduct an interview with the compliance manager, Mr. Christopher Holliday. And
Did you request a specific statistical compliance study so that you could understand what sort of things this company does.
Yes, I did.
And could you identify exhibit number 22?
During my visit, I met extensively, probably an hour, with Mr. Holliday and Mr. Martz, and the end product was that we discussed compliance, and I asked him, could he give me some documentation and some detail? He did, and here we have it. And if we turn and look at the compliance detail, it speaks for itself. It was surprising to me when I received it, they had this documentation. And I'm not going to read this to the court, that's not necessary. But 3 to 6 suspensions or terminations, internet, over 40 unauthorized web pages were identified through an internet search. Advertising, a big issue in this industry. They are aggressively evaluating and qualifying ads, and at the same time taking overt action to avoid misstatements. Their stats: 100,000 plus, 1,000 plus approved ads on file, 50 to 75 ads per week currently coming in for approval, etc. The bottom line is, I was impressed that there was this much activity in the company, given the frenzied role of the company in completing and fulfilling sales.
And given this analysis, Dr. King, given your experience, and given this analysis of their compliance procedures, do you have any doubt that if the state of Kentucky had brought misbehavior to the attention of the company, that some action, disciplinary, corrective, or otherwise, would have been taken?
In fact, that issue was raised. I asked the question, why didn't you move on Kentucky given the noise? And the comment was made, we didn't hear about Kentucky until after there was formal regulatory activity.
Well, again, I guess you didn't quite answer that question.
I think they would have taken action.
Your Honor, we would
Move the admission of 22.
yes, we move the admission of 22, and we move the admission of Exhibit 4.
So we'll move. How much longer more do you have on direct?
I have probably about 10 more minutes, I think, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just going to take a little break, but we can go ahead and finish.
I think we could finish this witness today.
Okay.
They wouldn't have to come back.
Well, we'll take a little break between direct and cross.
Dr. King, would you agree that there is often confusion between a pyramid scheme and a legitimate MLM business?
Yes.
And based on your study and experience, what are some of the distinguishing factors that you might point out?
I think if we take the Amway rules and look at them, let's itemize them very quickly. Number one, there should be a well-defined product or service that moves. That's clearly the case in this situation. Number two, there should be no compensation paid on recruiting. And I think that's clearly the case here. No compensation or commission is paid unless actual product is sold. Number three, we should avoid any front-end loading, and namely buying product for inventory. And there is none that I have detected in the course of this activity. Number four in my list, there should be no aggressive, exaggerated income claims. And based on the Dallas meeting and based on what I saw among the distributors with whom I interviewed, I saw no exaggerated income claims being made.
Dr. King, you were here for testimony this morning.
Yes.
And by the way, in preparation for your testimony, were you provided a copy of the transcripts of these meetings that were introduced as exhibits this morning?
Yes.
And the affidavits of the various investigators?
Yes.
So when you're testifying today, are you taking into account both the testimony that you heard earlier today as well as the affidavits and presentation transcripts from Kentucky?
I have to respond at 2 or 3 levels.
Okay.
First level, Are we talking about income claims? Are we talking about income possibilities? That's the first question. That's an important question. Number two, I cannot really relate to the documentation that I saw work through because I never saw how it was recorded. I didn't see the original documentation. I have been misquoted repeatedly myself from the classroom in the course of people excerpting certain things they didn't want to pass on to their downline. And suddenly the tape I hear played back is not the tape I essentially presented in class at all. So I don't think that happened here. But I can't really, as a legitimate third party, say that the documentation is that I understand it. So,
Dr. King, just in conjunction with what we heard this morning, I was just making some notes from Mr. Ansman, but I'm wondering if you heard anything that was particularly wrong in that presentation. I heard things like you can save money. You have a problem with that?
absolutely not.
You can make money.
Very positive.
You can build a business.
Good.
It's entrepreneurial.
Acceptable.
You can qualify your distributorships by your various personal and group volumes.
Accurate.
To get started, you have to buy a $25 sales kit.
Realistic.
You can move through the company by either taking orders from individuals or by buying for resale or personal use.
Acceptable.
Okay, did you hear anything in the testimony this morning that you would find particularly troubling?
In terms of emphasis, I don't understand exactly how that meeting was conducted and how those numbers were being presented. So I will have to step back from that because I can see, depending on the style of presentation, we might have some misinterpretation. Don't forget, and I think this is significant, you have an audience listening with one mindset. You have a presenter presenting with another mindset. You have a regulator participating in that meeting with still a third mindset. So what were the facts that did in fact transpire? I wasn't there, so I can't make that judgment. And I would say, even if we spent the hours and looked at the videotapes, unless you understood the chemistry in that meeting and you really felt what was going on, you can't draw a conclusion.
Let's say, for the sake of example, there was an outlandish representation at that meeting. Would that render null and void your opinion as to the legitimacy of this entire Travelmax program?
Absolutely not. I would have, if I had been in the regulatory role here, I would have immediately taken that information and called Travelmax and said, if you have a compliance operation there, let's get focused. And that would have been my action had I been here in Kentucky. Because we may just have a zealous distributor, travel agent, who did in fact step beyond the boundary and should have been re-instructed or reprogrammed.
Okay. And is over-enthusiasm commonplace in this business?
It drives this business.
Okay. Is pep and hope also something that you expect to see in any sales organization, direct selling or otherwise?
Absolutely.
Somebody singing a jingle?
Of course.
You read the Dare to Be Great case?
Yes.
Okay. Could you differentiate, if you could, how you see the Dare to Be Great program different than Travelmax or other legitimate direct selling programs?
I think the Dare to Be Great issue surrounded itself. There was no value added by those motivational tapes whatsoever, or if there was value added by those motivational tapes, we weren't talking about $1,000 worth of incremental value. So the bottom line is they were taking something that might be purchased through Nightingale Conant or any of the motivational houses today and accelerating the value and misusing it. There was no equivalent value for $1,000 associated with that material based on my understanding. Now, if I turn and look at the value added that's delivered here, you have enormous value added. If we talk about the VIP getaway program, we've already heard an industry expert talk about the value there if it fits your lifestyle. If we talk about making part-time income, then becoming an independent travel agent, the tutorial clearly pursues that and supports that. Alternatively, if you're talking about a charity program and that's your interest, either from a missionary perspective or from a business perspective, then that tutorial is going to be supportive there. I can't personally say, is it worth $450, but I can say there is clear value associated with those products. And those products then lead on to other values depending on how aggressively you want to pursue the business.
Dr. King, based on your analysis, would you say this is a product-driven business?
Absolutely product-driven. From the vantage point, as I said at the outset, let me roll back. That's a good summary point on this product issue. When I walked into that operation, I move into a company that's going $5 million a month, and I'm standing in sawdust. Now, if we were merely in the process of recruiting travel agents to sell them product, we wouldn't be installing 200 or 300 phone lines. We wouldn't be updating a computer system. We would be boxing packages to ship out to people who were going to spend $500 and leave town. And I saw just an entirely different attitude. There was absolute enthusiasm for building the organization. Now, I might add that as I take the next step and say, are we product driven? They entered the market and their IPO at $2.25 a share. I think the posting today was about $4.50. And they're trying to parlay that share long term into equity return for the organization and for the distributor organization, for those travel agents. I don't see this company in the business of selling packages only. They're in the business of selling travel.
Two final questions, Dr. King. In the language of the Dare to Be Great case, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the product is incidental to the opportunity in the Travelmax program?
The product is absolutely crucial to the opportunity. The product, as I define it, being the delivery of a sophisticated travel system.
And finally, Dr. King, based on your educational professional experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the Travelmax program is a legitimate business marketing travel-related products or is a pyramid recruitment scheme?
Before you summarize for me, let me pick up another point. I think a number of questions have been asked here about how many of our people are in fact representatives, how many people are in fact travel agents, are we buying product, or are we in fact moving packages meaning travel programs, in contrast to tutorials. I want to talk about something called the concept of a product or business life cycle. It's very, very relevant to this particular context. Point. When a company begins, and this company has now been in motion for only a year, the first thing you do is build your organizational infrastructure. That means the company in California, the capacity to deliver, and then on the other hand, a sales organization, in this case, independent travel agents. In the beginning, to build those independent travel agents, they must buy product, namely tutorial packages, to essentially get started. So the question you ask about Kentucky and what percentage is in fact travel sold versus product purchased, I turn back and say, I would expect if Kentucky is a new market, that the large percentage of purchases in this market will be the training materials, while the distributor organization, the travel agents, learn how to do it. And in that life cycle, that's reality. Over time, the shift moves much more toward, will move, I forecast, toward actual delivered travel programs. And if we look at what's happening, the group travel division has already moved since August, I think about $7 million worth of volume, and that's a short time. But in the life cycle, that's surprising. Well, now we have an in-place group, and all this new sales organization of independent agents, they now have someone they can feed to. Prior to that time, they were learning how to do it. And I just see this organization at the early cycle in takeoff as it moves into a very, very rapid growth stage. And they're about to move into what the industry calls momentum as we speak.
Okay, so if I could ask that final question once again, do you have an opinion based on your educational and professional experience as to whether or not Travelmax is a legitimate direct selling business selling travel related products, or is a pyramid recruitment scheme?
My summary answer is I think the company is a product driven organization focusing on delivery of a sophisticated travel system. I think they are in the throes of rapid growth. I think they're suffering from the usual startup problems of a company that's growing very rapidly in terms of fulfillment on the front end back in California, and at the same time maintaining and managing a distributor force that's just as enthusiastic in the field as headquarters management is back in California. And so I strongly endorse this as a legitimate business.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Turner, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Professor King. Professor King, I noticed that you have some associates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
I'm a contractor in the sense that when we find a project, I go out and find people to work with it. That associates is sort of the editorial we.
Okay. And when you find a project, what
if
types of projects are you referring to?
If it's a project that I cannot do myself, or if I need assistance, then I go get assistance from my colleagues or other people.
The projects that you're referring to are that's providing consultations to various companies?
Yes.
Just looking at your Vita here, I noticed that you're involved in several cases here. A 1995 case, State of Iowa versus what is that? Washington Motion.
Yes.
What type of case is that?
That was a situation similar to this.
Okay. Did you provide testimony? It says you provided expert testimony.
Yes.
Did you provide that for the State of Iowa or the company?
For the company.
I see a 1996 case where the Federal Trade Commission has sued Fortuna Alliance.
Yes.
And are you providing consultation services for Fortuna Alliance in that case also?
Yes.
So you pretty much find yourself as a witness in a number of cases involving companies that have been accused of operating illegal pyramid schemes, either by the federal government or state enforcement agencies.
Did you notice the Sprint case?
What now?
Did you notice the Sprint?
That one I didn't.
It's right below.
Okay, Bird versus Sprint. Could you tell us about that one?
That was just a case where Sprint was in fact in litigation with its network marketing company, Network 2000, over their history. And that was not with eligible pyramid.
Well, Professor King, I just want to talk a little bit with you about.
Yes, Your Honor, Travelmax is ready to proceed. I do want to inform the court that we have had some discussions with the Commonwealth right before our hearing today, Judge, regarding a possible settlement of this case. We've talked about some principles. We have not talked about details, and we, with the court's permission, would like to meet during lunch in order not to waste the court's time because it may be futile. But we are going to when we break for lunch, we're going to go back to my office and we're going to have a meeting, a working lunch, and discuss the details if any agreement can be reached, and we can let the court know at 1 o'clock or whenever we resume after lunch whether it's been settled.
Okay, I have instructed Sharon, my secretary, to call I have 2 cases scheduled for trial tomorrow, two of 4. Two have already gone away, to check the status of them because I know we're getting a little bit of a late start. How much time do you think we would still be going? If we go on with the hearing, how much more time do you think it would take?
Judge, I believe the Commonwealth, of course, is going to pick up today because we actually interrupted their case.
Right.
We need an additional 2 hours. And we were hoping today that the Commonwealth can have all of the day if we could have at least 2 hours to conclude our case.
Okay, Mr. Turner.
Your Honor, we have a total of, I think, 6 witnesses that we still need to examine. And in addition to that, through one of the witnesses, we do plan to introduce a video and audio tape of the proceeding, and that tape is roughly 1.5 hours in length.
Okay, so did you have about a half an hour witness here this morning, or did you want to just?
Yes, sir. Should we call that witness, Your Honor?
Well, that's why don't we do that then, and maybe we can finish that witness, then you all can have time to discuss this over lunch if there's any resolution. I mean, I've heard portions of the proof, obviously, and I've heard a sizable portion of the defense case. So, I mean, I have not decided anything, obviously, but it seems to me there's a lot of room in this case for a potential settlement. So I'm glad you're at least talking about it. Who will be that witness, Mr. Turner?
Excuse me, Your Honor. The first witness will be Glenn L. Perkins.
Your Honor, just as a matter of point here, we had not had an opportunity to cross-examine the Commonwealth's last witness, quote, recall.
Okay.
And I guess my question is the Commonwealth going to recall that witness to allow us an opportunity for cross-examination?
We'd be happy to recall the witness. We did have.
You have concluded with that witness.
Well, I had just 2 or 3 questions just to clarify some of his testimony, but other than that, pretty much.
Was that Mr. Ansman?
Mr. Ansman, yes.
And will he be recalled so we will have an opportunity to cross him?
Yes.
Your Honor, excuse me, I don't want to be difficult, but by the same token, I served discovery requests in this case for a reason. And one of the things that I asked was all witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call. And I did get a list from the Commonwealth of 6 witnesses, and Mr. Perkins is not on the list. I do object. I think in any routine civil case, you would have my head if I tried to pull this in a jury trial in particular.
Well,
I've had no opportunity to prepare for Mr. Perkins. I have no idea who he is, and I do object.
Your Honor, we do have a motion for extension of time to supplement our discovery request. Now, Your Honor, we were before this court this past Monday on the motion of Mr. Pence. Now, your instruction to Mr. Pence at the conclusion of that hearing was that if they needed some additional time to respond to our discovery request, all we want to do is play by the same rules, Your Honor. If we are going to be put in a position whereby we don't know who their experts are, we don't know what the substance of their experts' testimony will be, we have not seen their documents, why should we be put up under the burden of not only trying to respond to the discovery request, which we have done? Now, at the last hearing on December 12, there was an issue about the videotape. Now, since December 6th, when the matter was before this court, I've not received one request from any of the defendants to review that videotape. Well, I can't help but ask whether some games are being played here, Your Honor.
If I could just respond briefly. It's apparent from Mr. Turner's comments that he is viewing Travelmax and the independent representatives in this case as one and the same. And I can assure you they are not, and that has been made abundantly clear recently. These independent representatives have been bounced into 3 different courts now, 2 on the criminal side. This side, they're being given the runaround. They're caught in a whipsaw between Travelmax on the one hand and the Commonwealth on the other, and they deserve a little consideration, at least to know who their witnesses are. They are not one and the same. We have had no communication.
What is the second criminal case? I knew one.
They indicted them on some additional charges when I thought we had an agreement to put it all in one court. These people are having to take time off work. They're in Division 11 and Division 15 in separate criminal cases, and Division 2 now. They know the Hall of Justice better than than most attorneys do at this point. And it's just, and then we come here and we get witnesses who we've had no notice of.
Well, this is an unusual proceeding for extraordinary relief. This is a hearing on extraordinary relief, which normally would have occurred within probably a week or days of the filing of the action itself. You folks reached an agreement for some discovery time, a period of time where a certain agreement on, I think, assets of certain defendants were freed up or something to give an opportunity for a bit of discovery. Ordinarily, we'd be proceeding with virtually no discovery in the case. They'd be calling witnesses to attempt to gain the injunctive relief they're seeking. My inclination is to allow them to call the witnesses that they have present. My further inclination is to go ahead and allow you all to. We're 30 minutes from noon. By the time you all gather at your office, it'll probably be 20 minutes from now. By the time you all get over there, where is your office, by the way?
In Stark's building, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we recess to 1 o'clock and let you all go see if y'all can reach an agreement? I don't see any reason for me to hear 30 minutes of proof. It's not going to matter a whole lot in the scheme of things. If you are making progress or need a little additional time, call. We can accommodate that. I mean, I'm certainly not going to object to you folks reaching an agreement in this case. I will have Sharon try to determine if we can proceed. If settlement negotiations fall apart, then I'll make every effort I can to proceed all the way, into tomorrow so that we can finish this thing up this afternoon and tomorrow. How does that sound?
Your Honor, the only comment I have is I know I've talked to Mr. Perkins this morning. He will not be available on tomorrow, and he is taking time away from.
And he will testify today then.
I wanted to, his testimony would be very brief. I wanted to get his testimony on the record so that
he can take
his
off
cross-examination so that he could be released if possible.
Maybe over lunch we could find out at least, because I understand the other defense lawyers' concerns. Maybe we could find out at least who Mr. Perkins is, because I don't know who he is either, obviously, but I didn't submit any discovery requests. It would be my understanding that you were going to proceed only with the witnesses that you would have had prepared to testify on December 6th. And apparently that has changed. And what I mean by that, Judge, it was my understanding that on December 6th, you had a set number of witnesses that you were going to call. This has been continued. I hope it's not the case where, since it's been continued, we're going to bolster our case a little bit.
That's why I want to get this case finished today and tomorrow too, because it grows as it. Yes.
Well, Your Honor, I think that given the magnitude of the problem as the Commonwealth sees it, information is. We're constantly investigating this information, and if our allegations are true that this is in fact activity which is in violation of Kentucky's pyramid statute, it would be reasonable to presume that the more we look at the activities, the more people we will find who have been involved. Now, our obligation in terms of meeting our burden as far as injunctive relief is concerned is to put before this court, we believe, evidence that there is good reason to believe that that particular statute, as well as other statutes that support the motion for temporary injunctive relief, that there is good reason to believe that those things have happened and that those respective statutes have been violated. I don't read in the rules any limitations, as the defendants would claim, in terms of precisely what information we can choose to put on to meet that burden, as long as that information is admissible evidence in this court.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could prove that it occurred on a single occasion and technically be required if you can prove that it occurred and it is a pyramid scheme and be entitled to injunctive relief. We're not trying all this entire case on its merits at this time. I'm also very mindful that this is extraordinary relief, particularly when we're dealing with the Commonwealth, because things that apply to private industry don't apply to the Commonwealth,
That's correct,
which is which means I need to look very carefully at the situation. I think there's room on both sides of this case, as I said earlier, for an agreement, and I'm going to let you go try to reach that agreement. If you can't, we'll resume, and I'll certainly make sure that Mr. Perkins gets on and off stand today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock unless you notify me that you need additional time. All right, it's my understanding before coming on the record that settlement negotiations broke down. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
right?
Your Honor, I think that's correct. We tried, I think, both sides in earnest to breach our differences. Unfortunately, I think it probably would take considerably additional discussions before we could reach anything close to a resolution of the issues now pending before the court.
All right. Well, last word I heard sounded like it was very close.
We thought we were close, but in the end result, unfortunately, we weren't able to reach.
All right. Who'll be your next witness?
Thank you. Mr. Glenn L. Perkins, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
May proceed.
Mr. Perkins, could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Glenn Lee Perkins, Perkins.
Now, Mr. Perkins, where do you currently reside?
Bloomington, Indiana.
Could you state your address for the record, please?
4765 South Stansiford. It's Stansiffer Lane, Bloomington, Indiana.
Now, Mr. Perkins, did anyone contact you about purchasing any products or travel packages at all from Travelmax International?
Yes, they did.
Who was that person?
Bill Robertson.
Okay. What was your relationship with Mr. Robinson?
We worked together.
Okay. Now, about when did Mr. Robinson contact you?
Early part of September.
Of
1996.
Okay. Did you attend any Travelmax meetings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you attended those meetings, what were they attempting to sell you, if anything?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question and leading question. It's not in the indication they were trying to sell anything.
Tell us what the presentation was, I guess is what the...
Yes. Could you tell us what the presentation was, Mr. Perkins?
Basically, they have a program whereby I pass out business cards with a phone number, a PIN number on it, and people call, make reservations through the company. I got a commission off of that. Also, there was business centers to be bought. You bought one business center for, I believe it was $700, or you could buy what they called a tri-pack, 3 business centers for $1,500.
Now, Mr. Perkins, how long was that presentation that you
Hour
attended?
and a half, 2 hours. Then we broke for lunch, and then they had a brief training session after that.
Now, Mr. Perkins, was the primary focus selling the tri-packs to you or selling some travel package to you?
Your Honor, I want to object to this line of questioning on this witness. The court is now having a hearing on whether or not there should continue a restraining order. The standard that the government must prove is that there is going to be some damage or harm to a citizen of the Commonwealth. They have called someone from Indiana who apparently has not been established that he's a citizen here or would be any way affected by this restraining order. So I'm going to object to the continuation of question. If they have someone from the Commonwealth that was actually affected, that would be affected by the restraining order, I don't believe we would have an objection.
Response.
Your Honor, first of all, the Kentucky statute, which governs the issuance of an injunction, does not require the Commonwealth to show irreparable harm. It simply requires that we show that there is good reason to believe there may be some harm. It also does not require a showing that that harm must relate specifically to a resident of Kentucky. Now, I will establish through this witness that there is a sufficient connection to Jefferson County to warrant his presence here, as well as the harm that may have occurred to him, if I could continue with those questions.
You may proceed.
Now, Mr. Perkins, did you attend any meetings in Jefferson County?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that the meeting that you were referring to a moment ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay. About how many people attended that meeting?
I'd say there was probably 20 or 25. I don't recall how many people were already involved or how many people at that time were at the meeting to be signed up.
Okay. Now, Mr. Perkins, was any effort made to attempt to get you to buy something before you left that meeting?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked if I wanted to sign up that day. It was made, the option was made available to go ahead and sign up that day, and I told them I wanted to do some more checking and check it out a little bit further before I did.
Now, Mr. Perkins, what were you being asked to sign up for?
That was at my discretion whether I went with a tri-pack or a single pack, but I had made it clear if I was going to do it, I was going to go with a tri-pack.
Okay. Now, what was the tri-pack composed of? Do you recall?
If I may check my notes out, there was what they call an ITA tutorial program, a charities tutorial program, and a VIP package, which consisted of coupons, discount coupons, travel vouchers, and things like this that I could use myself, pass on to somebody else, or I could turn around and retail it.
Now, Mr. Perkins, did anyone attempt to sell you an airline ticket?
No.
Did anyone attempt to sell you a hotel room?
No.
Did anyone attempt to sell you a cruise ticket?
No.
Anyone attempt to sell you any kind of accommodation?
No, sir.
Any kind of travel packet?
Not a travel packet per se. The VIP package was part of the initial purchase, and that was what was offered.
So the only thing that you recall that they were trying to sell you before you left this meeting in Jefferson County was a tri-pack.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Did you purchase a tri-pack?
Not that particular day, no.
Okay. Did you later purchase a tri-pack?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you receive what you purchased?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you explain?
There were, I believe, 13 items that I ordered, and of the 13, if I remember correctly, I received 6.
Okay.
I did not receive the ITA tutorial, the CCC tutorial, Quick Start program, company overview, or the Travelmax training videos.
Okay. So what did you receive?
Basically, the VIP package, some forms to fill out when I sign someone else up, a couple of order forms to reorder more product, and basically that was it.
Okay. Now, Mr. Perkins, do you recall any kinds of earnings claims being made at the meeting you attended?
Not specific dollar amounts other than $250 if I signed up. I think it was 2 people. That could be multiplied over into 500, and it did get to $1,750, I believe, if I signed up X number of people in a week's time.
From the representations that were being made at this meeting, what would you say was the overall goal of this program?
To sign up more people under me.
And what would you be asking those other people under you to do?
To in turn sign people up under them, as well as pass out business cards, hopefully picking up additional income from the travel commissions that you would get.
And would each of these people be asked to purchase the tri-pack that you were?
Either a single business center or a tri-pack. It was your option.
Okay. Now, Mr. Perkins, at the meeting you attended, was there any discussion of being able to become an independent representative of Travelmax by merely paying the amount of $25?
That, yes.
Okay. Could you explain that discussion?
If I understand, and I never did really get this clear, but it was my understanding that if you paid $25, you were a member of Travelmax, then you could pass out the business cards with the 800 number and the PIN number, and you would receive commission off of any bookings that were booked through that 800 number.
Now, why were you interested in buying the tri-pack, Mr. Perkins?
I saw an opportunity to make some money, some extra money, and I had considered at one time doing it full time if it started out the way I expected it to.
So was that opportunity to make money by selling tri-packs to other people, or was it opportunity to make money by going out, getting people to buy airline tickets, hotel packages, cruises, etc.?
Definitely definitely through signing up other people. There's much more money to be made that way.
Okay. Now, did anyone personally talk to you at the conclusion of this meeting?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I had lunch with pretty much everybody that was involved here in Louisville.
And who were some of those people, if you can recall?
Mr. Murphy, his wife, Mr. Johnson, there were several people there. There was probably 10 or 12 of us at the table, along with Mr. Robinson, who eventually signed me up.
Now, Mr. Perkins, did you contact Travelmax at any time after you did not receive the tri-pack that you ordered?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and what happened?
I started contacting Travelmax on the 9th of October. I sent a letter ending my association with Travelmax on the 10th of October, and I've been trying to get my money returned since the 25th of November. And I've called them on a regular basis. They say they'll return my calls. Nobody calls me back. They fax me I think they call it a case number, or a tracing number, where I could call in, give them a trace number, and they could give me the status of my refund. Nobody's ever called me back. Nobody ever tells me anything other than they'd get back with me, and I've never heard back from anyone.
How long have you been attempting to get a refund?
Since the 25th, well, I'm sorry, since the 8th of October when I resigned.
And you have not received that
No,
refund to date, is that correct?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Perkins, at the meetings that you attended, and I understood you to say that you had actually made the purchase decision sometimes after the meeting that you attended. Was there any discussion at all about how much money people who had already signed up with Travelmax had made over a week's time or a month's time?
Yes, there was. They had an 800 number that you could call, supposedly a live conversation with amongst 5 or 6 different people, and they all were talking about how much money they were making and how it had improved their life.
Do you recall any particular dollar amounts? Was it in the hundreds? Was it in the thousands? Or do you recall?
Well, it was well into the thousands of dollars.
5,000, 10,000?
If I remember correctly, yes, sir.
About which of those?
10,000.
Over a week's period of time or a month's
over
period?
a month's period of time, if I remember correctly. It's been quite some time ago.
Okay. Now, when they talked about those amounts, was there any qualification of those amounts that they may not be the average amount that the average representative would make? Or did they simply say, this is how much money I made over this period of time?
Best my recollection, they said this is what I made.
Mr. Perkins, those are the questions that I have. Did you have anything further that you would like to add before concluding?
No, sir, other than the fact that I joined this organization in full faith that I was going to either get the product or within 30 days get my money back. And
Your Honor, I object.
Sustain. You may cross.
Mr. Perkins, you're a resident of Indiana, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you came to Jefferson County specifically to attend a meeting, Travelmax meeting, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? You are not testifying today that you are familiar in any way, are you, with Travelmax's program?
I was familiar enough with it that I gave him $1,500.
Okay, let me ask you, have you seen, may I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Have you seen this brochure before?
Yes, this was sitting on a desk at the meeting.
Okay, no. Did you read the policies and procedures?
Not out of there, no.
Have you read policies and procedures?
Some of them, yes, sir.
And so you're familiar with the policies and procedures of Travelmax?
To the extent of what I have received. Like I said, I didn't receive everything I was supposed to, so I don't know what else was in the package that I did not receive.
Okay. For instance, did you receive the VIP getaway?
That's that, yes.
Okay. Did you receive the tutorial?
Yes, I did. I did not open the package. I just returned it because it was after the date I had resigned. As a matter of fact, I received stuff last week from them I sent back.
Okay. How many multi-level network marketing companies have you been with?
One other.
Again, who is that?
It's been 25 years ago. I couldn't really tell you. I was involved for about 3 weeks.
Okay. And you weren't happy with that?
No, the company went bankrupt.
And since that time to this time, you've not been involved with any multi-level marketing?
No, sir.
You did understand, though, did you not, that Travelmax was a multi-level marketing
Yes,
company?
sir.
And you understand what a multi-level marketing
Yes,
company is? And what is that?
Get people signed up. You, pardon me, you join an organization, get people to sign up under you, and it pyramids out from there.
Okay. And
hopefully selling product along the way.
okay. And as far as you know, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Yes, there is if certain guidelines and rules are not met.
Okay. For instance, in Amway, are you familiar with Amway?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been an Amway distributor?
No, sir.
You're aware that they're a multi-level marketing
Yes,
company, correct? Is there anything wrong with the way Amway does business?
No, sir, not the way they do it.
And how do they do business?
They basically sell product. They have all different, thousands of different products that they sell. And along the line, if you can sign somebody else up under you to in turn become a dealer, you make money off of what they sell.
So the idea of Amway and multi-level marketing is to give people underneath you to sell product and people underneath them to sell product. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went to the Travelmax meeting, that's what you understood was going to happen, is it not?
I understood that there was product to be sold, but the bulk of the money would be made off of signing other people up.
No, what I'm talking about is you testified that you thought that no one approached you to sell any airline tickets or book any travel. You didn't think that that's what was going to happen at that meeting, did you?
No, I didn't think anybody was going to try to sell me tickets, no.
And what you're saying is, is it your opinion then that what Travelmax has here is not a product? Is that your opinion?
No, they have a product.
You're just saying you didn't receive your product.
I did not receive my product, and the bulk of my money was not going to be made off of selling that product.
Okay, so it's your testimony that your complaint right now with Travelmax is that they simply did not send you all the things they said they were going to send you. Is that correct?
That's true, and they did not refund my money when I resigned.
And they have not refunded your money. Okay, other than that though, you don't know about the overall Travelmax program and product and whether other people who have received their product may or may not be happy with that. Is that correct?
The one other person that I do know is involved did not receive his product either.
Okay, well, I'm not asking about
So,
that.
I mean, that's the extent of my experience.
And that's why I'm talking about your experience. But these people that you see sitting in here today who are Travelmax representatives, it's possible, and you don't know, that they have received their product and they're completely happy with their product.
Your Honor, I think counsel, I'm going to object because I think counsel is asking the witness to speculate what may be in the minds of people he doesn't even know.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
I think it would be appropriate for him to respond to that which was in his head at the time he went to this meeting.
When you said that you resigned, what prompted you to resign?
Basically, the fact that I had not received the merchandise that I had been promised. My job was to turn around and get other people signed up. If they weren't servicing me, I saw no reason for them to service people I sold, and I wasn't going to put my reputation on the line like that.
And according to their policy, they have a 100% refund policy for the first 30 days. That's right. First
30 days.
First 30 days.
Less freight.
Okay. Now, were you aware, and that happened about October 8th, you said you started trying to get your money back?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the company had a temporary restraining order issued against it when conducting any business in Kentucky?
I know that that night, the night that I wrote my letter, I watched the 10 o'clock news, and it was on the news then that there had been arrests made.
Were you aware at all that was going to happen?
No, sir.
Are you aware at all about what the temporary restraining order says and what Travelmax can and couldn't do as far as refunding any money or mailing any checks to people in Kentucky?
No, sir, but I don't live in Kentucky.
That's correct, you don't, but where did you attend the meeting?
In Kentucky.
And you're here because you attended a meeting in Kentucky, correct?
Sir. And I was also told by a young lady that
Your Honor, I didn't ask the witness a question.
I think he just wanted to explain his answer. Well, the question was, you attended the meeting here in Kentucky,
Yes,
is
sir.
that right?
Okay, and at whose request?
Bill Robertson's.
That's all.
Any other cross-examination questions from counsel? Certainly.
Mr. Perkins, you knew enough about the Travelmax program
You may.
to know that in order for you to make any money, this tutorial or this VIP getaway would have to be sold. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess you never received this. Was that correct?
I did receive it, but returned the package.
Okay. So you let's say you didn't use this product.
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't use the getaway.
No, sir.
Okay. So you really have no idea at this point whether this is a worthwhile product with all these discounts in it or not, because you didn't actually try to use the product, did you?
That is because I read through it, saw what was there.
And you think this is a worthwhile product?
I think that coupled with everything else would be a worthwhile product. That by itself is not worth $1,500.
So to the extent that this was being sold and commissions were being paid upon the sale of this product, you'd see nothing wrong with that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you attempt to use this product at all?
Never saw it.
Okay, so you're really in no position to say whether your statement for this product would be the same as this one?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Who is Kenneth Don McCoy?
Sorry, I can't tell you who it is. I've
Sitting here today, you have no idea who that is. That's all the question.
Any other counsel?
Thanks, Judge. Just a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Have just a couple of questions for you. In the overall scheme of this company called Travelmax, do you have any idea how many representatives there are nationwide or worldwide within that?
no, sir.
I believe you told Judge Shake just a minute or two ago that you knew of at least one other person besides yourself that had some dissatisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only two, that yourself and the other person.
Yes, sir.
That's not statistically a very large number of people. In the event it could be shown to you that there are thousands.
Yeah, I'm going to object. The witness has no basis, it would seem to me, to know. One, he's already indicated he doesn't know what the number of representatives are. Consequently, it seems to me, if I understand where this question is going, he's not going to know what percentage of people are happy and what percentage are unhappy.
I kind of answered my question, though. I think you probably know where I'm just trying
Right.
Do you know people by the name of Dan Callan and Virginia Callan? Have any recollection of either one of those?
Yes, sir. I remember that name, but I can't.
Do you have any recollection of any conversations you may have had with them that you could testify to on the road this afternoon?
Seems to me like they were part of the people that were there.
But
I may have had a little conversation at lunch, but that was it.
Thank you.
Any other defense counsel have any questions? Mr. Dolovich.
Perkins, when did you first become aware of your being a witness in this case?
Week, 10 days, maybe 2 weeks before Christmas.
You were not physically present December 6th at our
No, sir.
last hearing.
No, sir.
And how were you contacted?
I was not contacted. I contacted the Attorney General's office, asked them to send me a complaint form, and at that time I talked to Mr. Turner.
So in October, you did not have a complaint with the Attorney General's office?
No, sir.
Only after seeing it on television, either at Ms. Taylor's
Objection, Your Honor.
presentation or somebody else's?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already indicated, I believe, that he had prepared I think it was December 7, that he had prepared a refund request at that time and heard on the news later that night regarding the arrest in this matter. I think counsel is mischaracterizing the nature of the witness's testimony.
Well, I mean, I heard that testimony. I think he's trying to establish when he made a complaint with the Attorney General's office, right?
Let me repeat it so you can hear it.
Okay.
When did he contact you or your office or your representatives about testifying here today? And he said it was a couple of weeks before Christmas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the Attorney General of Kentucky's office?
Yes, sir. Mr. Turner
were directed specifically to him.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who Mr. Bob Winlock is?
No, sir, the name's not familiar.
Do you know who John Hansman is? Gentleman you were sitting next to in the hall.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I never met the gentleman, didn't know what his name was.
Would it be fair to say you never talked to any of the investigators?
No, sir.
Who were you advised at the time and place of our meeting today?
When I contacted Mr. Turner requesting the form,
Did you get the form?
yes, sir.
Did he tell you that don't do the restraining order, Travelmax couldn't do anything to help you at this point without
No, sir.
violating the law?
No, sir.
Something he knew about. Nothing further.
Any other counsel for the defense have any questions on cross? Any redirect, Mr. Turner?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Perkins, you indicated that you had at some point received the ITA tutorial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive that at the time the materials were initially mailed to you, or at some later time?
Later time.
Okay, so you didn't receive it in the initial package.
No, sir.
And is it your testimony that it was because you did not receive that information at that time that you had additional thoughts about getting out of the program at that point?
That's correct.
Sustained on leading.
Now, Mr. Perkins, you indicated that there was some discussion of becoming a representative without buying one of these business centers.
Yes, sir.
How much discussion was there if you could estimate in minutes, how much time did they spend talking about buying one of these?
The $25 package?
Right, versus how much time they spent talking about buying the tri-pack?
15 minutes out of 2 hours.
So the rest of that 2 hours was spent talking about buying the tri-pack? Would that be correct?
The tri-pack and the business cards to pass out.
Okay. Now, you indicated that their earnings representations in the thousands were made regarding the sale of the tri-pack. Were similar kinds of representations made regarding selling airline tickets, hotel packages, cruise packages, anything of that nature? That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross from anyone?
Judge, if I could just follow up that last question. Mr. Perkins, when you went to this meeting, you were going in hopes of learning about something about Travelmax, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it true that the reason you would go there is you saw or thought there might be an opportunity for you to make money?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You weren't going there just for your edification. You understand what I'm talking about? You weren't going there simply to learn what Travelmax was about. You were going to learn, see, is there a way to make money?
Right.
Okay. And at some point, you believed that whatever investment you made or were going to make, that you were going to make that much money back and more. Is that correct?
I was investing in a business, and that's always a gamble, but yes.
And you realized as a gamble that there is some risk that you may lose money, but there is a risk that you might make money.
That's correct.
And in your mind, at the point you decided to make that investment, you believed you were going to make more money than you would lose, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. And you made that decision not at the meeting, but sometime afterwards when you had a chance to think about it, correct?
I pretty much made up my mind at the meeting, but my wife and I went ahead and discussed it.
Yeah, but let me go back and go over you had testified they asked if you wanted to sign up and you decided no, you wanted to think about it.
That's right.
And you were allowed to do that, correct? No one held a gun to your head there.
Nobody.
And after you thought about it, you found out it was worth your while in any event that you were going to sign up and try to make money being a Travelmax agent, correct?
Right.
And you were aware then that you were going to be selling the items that Mr. Valente showed you, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you realized that by selling those, if people bought them and people valued them, you would make money, correct?
Correct.
And your gripe with Travelmax right now is you have not received your money from returning these items.
That's what it all boils down to. There's
Right.
more to it than that. That's what it boils down to.
Well, have you returned all the items to them?
Yes, sir.
And when was the date that you sent everything they ever sent you back, including every document or every package or any item whatsoever that Travelmax may have sent you?
It was sometime prior to October the 15th because it was received by Travelmax on October the 15th and the receipt was signed that day.
Okay. So that would be October 15, and you're aware that the company was under a restraining order at the time, correct?
I was aware that they had problems legally in the state of Kentucky. Whether or not they were under a restraining order or not, I didn't know.
And you didn't receive any other products after that whatsoever?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that?
Wednesday of last week, I received some audio and video tapes, opened the box to see what it was, and as soon as I saw what it was, resealed it, sent it back with FedEx that day.
Okay. So that's another product that you had received that you were supposed to have received initially that you didn't receive that you sent back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was last week?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this time last week, I hadn't talked to you, had I?
No, sir.
And no one from Travelmax had talked to you?
No, sir.
And none of these lawyers sitting behind me had talked to you?
No, sir.
We had no idea you were going to be here, did we?
I have no way of knowing whether you did or not. I assumed that you would know eventually.
Do you know whether or not any of us had any idea that you were going to be here?
No, sir. I have no way of knowing what you know.
That's all.
Any other questions for him? All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Is this witness finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor, I do want to note one thing for the record here. Representations seem to be made that somehow the restraining order that was entered in this matter precludes the payment of refunds. My reading of that restraining order does not preclude payment of any refunds. What it precludes was payment of amounts to get people signed up for the program. If you'd like, I could read the relevant language into the record.
I can look at it later. Who's going to be your next witness?
The next witness, Your Honor, is Cherry Trumbo.
Your Honor, while we're waiting for the witness to take the stand, if I could just direct the court to paragraph 6 of the restraining order, which prohibited Travelmax from withdrawing or transferring any fund from the defendant's bank accounts or otherwise transferring any property of any nature until the court orders otherwise.
Can somebody tell me what relevance that has at all to whether or not this restraining order should remain in effect or be dissolved? I mean, whether they refunded, responded, said go away, were never.
No, Judge, it's only for the purpose that may have slowed down any refunding or any policy, as Mr. Perkins was saying, and that would be the relevance.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Trumbo. Again, we apologize for the delay in having to keep people around for this long without bringing this matter up. Ms. Trumbo, for the record, could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Cherry Ann Trumbo, Trumbo.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, what is your current address?
295 Henry Beach Road, Finchville, Kentucky.
Okay. Where are you employed?
In the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office.
And what is your title?
A legal secretary.
How long have you been in that position?
Approximately 8 months.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, have you ever worked at any other law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Okay. What agency was that?
The Commonwealth Attorney's Office here in Jefferson County.
Okay. And how long were you at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Approximately 11 and a half years. Okay.
And what capacity did you hold at that office?
I was a legal secretary and then also an executive secretary.
Ms. Trumbo, having worked at several law enforcement agencies, are you pretty familiar with how investigations take place?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And have you participated in any investigations?
This one.
Okay. Were you asked to participate in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. What were you asked to do?
I was asked to attend and observe a Travelmax meeting.
Okay. Were you asked to report your findings back to someone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you attend a Travelmax meeting?
Yes, I did.
How many meetings did you attend?
One.
Okay. Do you recall the date that you attended this meeting?
September 24th, 1996.
Okay. About what time did the meeting commence?
Approximately 7 o'clock. It was a little after 7 before the meeting actually got started.
And where was this meeting located?
At the Executive Inn East here in Louisville,
Okay. About how long was that meeting?
approximately an hour.
Okay. Now, do you recall about how many people were in attendance at that meeting?
Maybe approximately 20, 25 people. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, in terms of the format of the meeting, were people giving speeches, or how was the format set up there?
There were presentations and different people got up and presented a part of the program or a part of the presentation.
Okay. Do you recall a person by the name of Leon Duke
Yes, sir.
presenting part of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a person by the name of Art Kessler making part of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other people who participated in making presentations at this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Could you name them, please?
It was Leon Duke, Art Kessler, Pat Murphy, Dan Callen, and Bill Johnson.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, at the time, how did you learn the names of these people?
They were introduced as they got up to speak in front of the group.
And did the first person introduce him or herself?
And I
You don't
don't
recall?
recall. I believe they must have.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, in attending this meeting, were you asked, or were the people who attended the meeting asked to purchase anything before leaving the meeting?
Yes, in order, if you wanted to become a representative.
Okay. What were people asked to purchase?
The tutorials,
Okay. Were they, you say tutorials, were there more than one?
there were 3.
Okay. Do you recall what each of those 3 tutorials were?
The ITA tutorial, the VIP getaway, and the CCC, or the charities tutorial.
And do you recall about what each of these tutorials cost?
I don't recall exactly, but around $500
A piece?
a piece, yes.
And Ms. Trumbo, did anyone attempt to sell you a hotel room,
No,
an airline ticket,
no,
a cruise package,
no,
any kind of accommodation whatsoever?
no,
Okay. But they did attempt to sell you a tri-pack, is that correct?
yes.
Now, Ms. Trumbo, were statements made about how much money people could make by arranging travel?
No,
Were statements made about how much money people could make by getting other people to buy tri-packs?
yes.
Do you remember about how much money people were told they could earn doing so, buying the tri-pack?
As far as buying the tri-pack, if you brought in enough people under you, a certain amount of people, the more people you brought in, the more money you were able to make.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, in terms of how this program works, do you recall there being any discussion at the meeting you attended that you could become a representative of Travelmax and earn commissions by simply paying a $25 processing fee?
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Try not to lead the witness. Actually, I'm not sure that qualifies, but you can answer that question. Any discussion about the $25 deal?
There was a discussion, but as far as the $25 being the only fee, no.
What else did you have to purchase to earn commissions?
One of the tutorials,
Okay. Was any particular tutorial recommended?
the ITA tutorial,
Okay. And was it your understanding that that was the minimal purchase required to earn commissions?
yes.
Now, Ms. Trumbull, were you at the meeting you attended, were people there, or were you encouraged to go out and resell? If you purchased a tri-pack, were people encouraged to go out and resell the one that they receive to someone else? Or on the other
I object to the leading on what she heard was said. It's Mr. Turner testifying now.
Sustain.
Ms. Trumbo, were people encouraged to resell the products that they purchased from Travelmax?
No,
What were they encouraged to do?
to bring people in under them to sell, for them to purchase a tri-pack.
And
Your Honor.
Basis?
You sustained or you want
No,
ground?
basis, what are you objecting to?
My grounds, Your Honor, are that when he is asking what people were encouraged to do, that is necessarily her subjective interpretation of what was encouraged. She can be asked, I believe, what was said, and she can be asked how she took it. But the wording, were people encouraged by its very nature?
I see what you're
draws to
saying.
conclusion.
Why don't you tell us what they told you at the meeting?
What I understood, the meeting was rather fast-paced, but in order to make money, you had to purchase at least one of the tutorials, one of the tutorials plus a $25 processing fee. And in order for you to make money, it was that you brought people in under you, and they purchased tutorials, and that's how you made your money.
Okay.
Ms. Trumbo, were any statements made about how much money Mr. Bill Johnson had earned while being a part of Travelmax International?
Yes.
Do you recall about how much money that was?
I believe it was about $45,000 in 30 days.
Do you recall whether any kind of earnings representations were made about Emma Johnson?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall about how much?
No.
Now, when these statements were made about how much money Mr. Johnson and perhaps Mrs. Johnson earned through Travelmax activities, did you understand that to be activities related to the sale of the tri-pack or something else?
I understood it to be the sale of the tri-packs.
Now, at the time that those earnings representations were made, were any statements made that maybe those would not be the average earnings of a Travelmax representative? Do you recall any statements to that effect?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Is the average earnings would
When
be
the
what they were
statement was
making?
made that Mr. Johnson made roughly $45,000 in his first 30 days, was any statement made that the average representative of Travelmax may not make that amount of money in their first 30 days? Now, Ms. Trumbo, did you, at the end of the meeting, did you meet personally with anyone?
Yes,
And who was that person?
Dan Callan.
Okay, and what did Mr. Callan meet with you about?
I don't know exactly as far as the wording he used, but he basically explained the compensation plan on how it worked as far as if you purchased a tri-pack and how it broke down as far as basically you bring in so many people under you, and that's how you make your money. The more people you brought in, the more money you had the chance to make.
Did he, in talking with you, did he talk about how much money you can make arranging travel for other people?
No.
If you could summarize the entire meeting in terms of what the overall focus or what the overall goal of this program was, how would you summarize it?
Objection.
The conclusion, is that what your her summarization?
Okay, I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, I guess what I need to hear are the facts about what was said and that sort of thing, and then I'll make a determination of what the goal of the meeting was. You may rephrase if you want.
Ms. Trumbo, what did you believe was the overall goal of the people making the presentation as they talked to you about doing something before you left the building? What did you think they were trying to get you to do?
Same question, Your Honor.
What did they say to you? I mean, that's all. I mean, that's really all I want to know is what was said to her. You know, how she took it.
The way you made your money was to purchase a tri-pack, and the ones you brought in under you for them to purchase tri-packs, and that's basically how you made your money.
Okay, you're not quoting exact statements, but this is what they told you. This is what this was about at your meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Don't we have a taped meeting?
Yes, I was about to get to that, Your Honor. I just had, I think, 2 more questions, and we'll be there.
All right.
Ms. Trumbo, was there any discussion by Mr. Callan of the charities tutorial?
Yes.
And do you recall what was said in your own words as to the charities program?
Well, basically that it wasn't available yet, or they didn't have it yet.
But they still tried to sell it to you as part of the tri-pack, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, there has been a transcript prepared of, have you seen the transcript of the September 24, 1996 meeting that you attended?
Yes.
Does that transcript set forth the entire meeting?
No.
What is missing?
The very end, when we broke up into groups, or into the separate groups, into with the meeting with Dan Callan.
Okay, so the portion that related to the discussions between yourself and Mr. Callan, those portions are not set forth in the transcript. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Trumbo, were you instructed to utilize any type of recording device?
Yes.
Okay, did you use one?
Yes.
Were you instructed as to how to utilize that device?
Yes, as far as turning it off and on, and how to put the tape, put the tape in and take the tape out.
What type of recording device was it? Was it a video and an audio, or something else?
It was a small video and audio camera.
And you knew how to turn it on?
Yes.
To get an accurate picture. You knew how to turn it on so that you could get sound on that recording. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do those things at this meeting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you recognize this recording if it were replayed for you?
Yes.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, we would like to play a video of the presentation that hopefully we can authenticate through Ms. Trumbo for the court.
Okay.
This video is about an hour and a half, Your Honor.
All right. Why don't you hand it to me, and then we'll take about a 10-minute break before we sit down for that. Can everyone see this monitor here? Because that's where it'll come out. I can bring it out a little bit.
Judge, can we introduce the transcript to you rather than or transcript or both, or tape, the transcript and tape both to you for you to review, or is it necessary that we sit here and watch this?
For an hour and a half.
For an hour and a half. If this is something that you think we need to see, then we can look at it.
I assume Mr. Turner believes that I need to see the thrust of this or how this meeting worked. I don't. Is it necessary for me to see the whole thing, or is it?
Your Honor, we think, in all fairness, obviously, if we were to only present certain selected portions, it may not give the court, and I'm sure we would get objections. What we would like to do is, we think it's very important for you as fact finder in this matter to have a sense of what the overall presentation at this meeting was. At the last hearing, we had discussions about this jingle. We think that you ought to see the jingle yourself. We think that you ought to hear the representations about how much money you could earn by doing certain activities yourself. We think that the evidence coming through the witness is one thing, but to get an overall aura of what was occurring at the several meetings that we attended, we think one tape would do it. We don't think you need to listen to all 3 tapes, but one we think would be more than sufficient.
Judge, say you only need to look at one tape, but we want you to draw from that aura of how this business is presented in every meeting. That's kind of self-serving. Don't you think, Caroline? The tape is the tape of the one meeting. I just object to the characterization.
And Your Honor, we can have witnesses testify that of the meetings that, and I think Mr. Ansman has already indicated that each of the, I think 3 meetings that he attended was essentially the same.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break. Give me the tape, and then we'll play it here. I can move this around a little bit if anybody see, but that's probably the best place for everybody to get a look at.
This witness will remain available for cross-examination?
Yes. Yeah.